Chapter 1. Did you hear? A horse crashed into Moore's kid. Poor child, he's only 13, isn't he? I think he's bedridden for life. That's old news. Roy's woken up, but something's wrong with his head. He keeps spacing out in the yard. The farmers on the field whispered about the tragedy that befell a boy named Roy. A burly man behind them quietly put his hoe down and clenched his fists. He was infuriated, frustrated, but also helpless. The man was Moore, the one the farmers were talking about, and also Roy's father. He was just a lowly peasant like everyone else, and he had toiled on the fields for half his life. He wasn't handsome, capable, or rich. Nobody had wanted to marry him until his wife had come along and done so despite his flaws. He was 23 then. The couple had a child when they were 25. In their time and age, most people were already parents when they were 16. Having a child at 25 meant they were behind their peers. They cared about Roy tremendously and worried he might get hurt. Because of that, he seldom worked in the fields. Roy was a quiet one. He listened to his parents, kept to himself, and always had a sheepish smile on his face. He was a stark contrast to the wild children who stampeded the village every chance they could. Roy's a good child. Such a pity. The thought of Roy's condition tore into Moore's wound further. They'd thought they would live a happy and peaceful life with their son forever, but alas, it was cut short. 4 days ago, a woman blazed through the village on horseback, and Roy was in her way. The horse only grazed him, but that single graze took him out. The village's unskilled herbalist failed to find out what was wrong with Roy, and he thought the boy was done for. The next day, though, as if by miracle, Roy woke up. However, he was a changed boy. His eyes were dead, and he was quiet, not answering when spoken to. All he did was stare into the sky, like a person who had lost their mind. Moore sighed. It was getting late, and he picked up his hoe before going back home. He was still worried about his son. The villagers' houses were primitive and ugly, made out of thatch and wood. A single gale could have blown the rickety buildings away. Kaer was a small village, housing about 100 families. Moore's house was situated on the western side of the village. It was high noon when Moore came back, and the sun glared at them without any mercy. Despite that, a young child stared back into the sun, eyes unblinking, as if he were a soulless puppet. Beside him stood a plain, rough-skinned village lady who was feeding the chickens. Why is he staring into the sun? What if he hurts his eyes? Susie, I thought I told you to keep an eye on him. Don't you know this is bad for him? Moore rushed into his yard and waded through the overgrown weed to pick up his son. He placed Roy before the front door and patted his buzz-cut trimmed hair. A hint of tenderness blossomed on Moore's dry, yellowed face. Never do that again, Roy. Okay. Roy wouldn't respond to anyone or anything after waking up a while ago, but when Moore called him again, something flickered within him, and his eyes started clearing up. Dad's Luo Yi. No, Roy, he mumbled. Right. My name is now Roy. Did you just talk, Roy? Surprised, Moore huddled closer to Roy, intending to confirm he was talking. Finally, he got his answer. His son, who had been quiet for the past 3 days, had started to speak again. At least he didn't turn mute. Come here, Susie. Leave the animals alone. Roy just talked. Moore shouted, and Susie came a moment later, obviously in a hurry. The couple hugged Roy, and when he called out their names, tears streamed down their faces. Roy looked at his parents, Moore and Susie, closely. They weren't exactly good-looking, but they weren't ugly either. Their clothes were made out of hemp, and they looked worn out. Their skin was rough, and they looked gaunt from overworking. They had the feel of 2 innocent, welcoming villagers. So they are my parents. Tears welled up in Roy's eyes, and something tugged at his heartstrings. He hugged his parents back. At the same time, 2 different sets of memories fused within him. Before Roy, he was Luo Yi, a high school dropout in C Nation. At the same time, Roy was living in Kaer, a village in Lower Posada, the southern border of a nation called Addict. Luo Yi's parents died in a freak accident, and he quit school after their deaths. He was a shut-in who became addicted to the world of games. Once he would use up all the compensation fees, Luo Yi would kill himself. He had no parents, no car, no money, and was a game addict. That was effectively a death sentence in his original society. On the other hand, Roy might have only been the child of lowly, impoverished peasants, but his parents loved him. Luo Yi longed for that kind of relationship. I got addicted to games just so I could fill the void in my heart, and now I have a second chance to do so. The gods are smiling on me. Luo Yi inherited all of Roy's feelings and memories, which made him feel close to Moore and Susie. "What happened to you, Roy?" Susie asked. "You scared us." The horse shocked me. All I could remember was how afraid I was. "I don't know what happened." "Stop with the questions," Moore roared at his wife. "All that matters is that Roy is okay. That's all that matters." He patted Roy's head lovingly. After calming his worried parents down, Roy looked around his new abode, and a bitter smile painted on his face. The walls were uneven and rickety, the house only having a fireplace, a steel cauldron, a few tables and chairs, and 2 sets of beds if anyone could call a stack of hay covered by pieces of worn-out cloth a bed. Lunch was made in a short while. A few dry, hard, disfigured loaves of bread, an egg, 2 dried fish, and a bowl of assorted vegetable soup were laid out before him. The food was plain enough and there was no seasoning. Salt was a luxury in the household. Roy thought the food was weird, but despite it, he took a bite. "Don't complain, Roy. You didn't get to eat organic greens like this in your past life." Because of his body's instincts, Roy accepted the food's taste not long after he took his first bite. Famished after days of not eating, his hunger prompted him to wolf down the food. A short while later, the scarce meal became scarcer. "Slow down, son. You don't want to choke on the food." The couple stared at their son with a grin. They kept piling the food in his plate, but they didn't touch the food themselves, though they'd pop some dried fish into their mouths once in a while. Moore and Susie left the house in the afternoon after deciding they would butcher a chicken for Roy that night. And then Roy's expression turned serious. "Addict, how familiar." Roy used to play The Witcher 3 for many hours, and the name Addict was no stranger to him. It was one of the 4 kingdoms. This was a world of witchers and monsters. Bandits, monsters, plagues, and disasters were commonplace in the world and era Roy was in. Humans struggled to stay alive, clawing at the chance to live for even a day longer. "If I have no power, I could die at any time." According to Roy's original memories, he was in the year 1260. If the lore was right, the talented king of Nilfgaard, the White Flame, Emhervar Emrys, would launch the First Northern War in 3 years. Even though the war would start in Sintra, a faraway nation in the west of Lower Posada, the soldiers might escape to their region, and chaos would follow. And in 7 years, in 1267, the Second Northern War would swing into motion, and Addict would not survive it. "Do I have any power? What should I do? I must at least keep Moore and Susie safe." Even though he was only 13, Roy didn't have much time on his hands if he wanted to save his parents. Fortunately, he didn't cross into this world without anything to help him. Like many other worlders, he had his own cheat to help him on his quest. Chapter 2. Open my character sheet, Roy thought, and a slew of weird messages flooded his mind. Character sheet. Roy age, 13 years and 7 months old, gender, male. This detail will not be shown in the future. Status, civilian, you are the child of a farmer. Up until now, you have received no professional training, nor have you studied in any field. You have not mastered any skills yet and your talent is still hidden. HP, 40, healthy, strength 4, 5. Strength decides the attack power of some physical attacks, increases the weight you can carry, enabling you to wear heavier but stronger protective gear, as well as using heavier weapons, affects your endurance to an extent. Dexterity, 5. Dexterity decides your movement speed, attack speed, reflexes, and balance. High dexterity enables you to dodge, react to, and block attacks, also allows you to perform difficult movements. Constitution, 5. As a base for your endurance, Constitution decides how many hits you can take, your run speed, and your battle prowess. Affects life regeneration to an extent. Perception, 5. Perception includes your 5 senses. You have a chance to predict incoming danger, as well as increase your efficiency in assessing your surroundings. Perception increases your chances of finding buried treasure. Someone with higher perception also has a better chance of sensing incoming danger. They can notice the secrets hidden in the void as well. Will, 5. Will decides your resistance against mental attacks and your recovery speed from psychological debuffs, such as pain and sadness. The higher your will, the calmer you can stay in dangerous situations, leading to a perfect execution of your movements. If your will is great enough, you will be able to affect physical objects. Charisma, 5. Your looks, aura, and speech skills factor into deciding your charisma. Charisma plays a role in communicating with the same species. High charisma can win someone's affection easily, and those from your species will be invariably drawn to you. Spirit, 6. Spirit decides the level of your concentration, making you focus on the task ahead of you. Can also increase your absorption rate, amount of acceptance, and control over the 4 elements, which is also known as chaos energy. Affects the strength of spells and pseudo-spells. PR/N, from what we've understood, 5, refers to a healthy adult. So 4/5 means slightly below a healthy adult. 5/5 means the same level as a healthy adult, and 6/5 means better than a healthy adult. Skill, none inventory space, 1 cubic meter misc. Unknown EXP, 1 out of 100. Once the EXP bar is filled out, you may level up. Each level shall grant you 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. The character sheet was Luo Yi's cheat in this world. Thanks to it, he stayed under the sun for 3 days, for absorbing its energy would help him clear his confused state. At the same time, he gained 1 EXP from staying under the sun. So the sun gives me 0.33 EXP per day. In that case, staying under it for 333 days would fill my EXP bar and level me up. Luo Yi calmed down. Staying under the sun to level up was a stupid idea, but it was the safest way to do so. If the sun can grant me EXP, can the food here do the same? That was a nice idea, but unfeasible in reality. Luo Yi only had enough food to stave off starvation and keep him healthy. The energy in it wasn't enough to be converted into EXP, so if I want to increase my stats, I'll have to find a way to earn some crowns and fill my belly. /N. Crowns are the currency of the game. The only currency in the Northern Kingdoms are Tamaria orans, alternatively known as orans, while Eatern's currencies are ducats and marks. That'd make the exchange rate too confusing, so from now on, we'll be using crowns and orans. The exchange rate for the currency is 1-to-1. If he could make enough crowns, Luo Yi could even hire mercenaries or reputable witchers to escort his parents as they left for the City of Freedom, Nohvgrad, located in Reincarnation, which was northwest of their village. Reincarnation was involved in the Northern Wars, but the nation wasn't affected. At least the civilians could live their lives out there in peace. Money aside, I have to see if there's any other way to gain EXP. Considering the game and Luo Yi's experience with it, killing monsters would be the most likely way to gain EXP, and the world of the Witcher was filled with all kinds of creatures. If he were to wander around in the wilderness beyond the village or rivers around it, he might just bump into a drowner if he was unlucky. Roy was just a frail, feeble boy who had no combat prowess. If he were to go out and hunt, he'd be torn to pieces by the dogs and wolves on the way. Then he'd have died for nothing. Obviously, he couldn't respawn in this world, unlike in the game. I have to be careful. Legends start from the unlikeliest of places. I should start with a smaller creature. He went into the yard and threw a glance at the big, white goat that stood out from the rest of the animals. No, that goat can provide milk, and it's too big for me to handle. He gave up on killing the goat, and a few roosters leaped happily in front of him. Roy gritted his teeth and went back in to grab a knife. Dad's going to kill one tonight for me anyway. Why don't I do it myself? Roy set his murderous gaze on a big, fat, gray rooster. Noticing the impending danger, the rooster crowed shrilly and leaped around the coop, trying to escape murder. If anyone were to pass by, they'd come across a hilarious scene. A scrawny young man chasing after a majestic gray rooster. The creature continued cawing and running for his life, while the boy wouldn't stop pursuing it. Roy kept falling and getting up, unwilling to give up. When he was already drenched in sweat and his legs turned to jelly, he finally caught the rooster's wings. Roy held the knife under its neck, but he didn't make the kill. I haven't even killed anything up until now, not even a chicken. Didn't expect my first kill in life to be a big, stupid rooster. That reminded him of the legendary Witcher, Geralt of Rivia. Geralt had many titles, some of which included the White Wolf, the Butcher of Blaviken, and the Giant Slayer. Roy thought those titles were cool and menacing. Nobody can know of this. What if I become a legend someday, and the bard calls me the Rooster Slayer? That'd be dumb. That thought made Roy pick up the pace. He made a clumsy slash across the rooster's neck, and blood spurted into the sky. Some of it even splashed onto his face. At the same time, the rooster extended its claws and crowed for the final time in its life. A short while later, it lay on the ground, convulsing and taking its last breath as Roy grinned. 2 out of 100. It worked. I knew it, this works. He was glad that nobody saw him kill the rooster, but then a panic scream reached him. By the gods! Our Roy the Fool's possessed by a monster. He killed his family's chicken. A snotty, 8-year-old brat had a horrified expression on his face as he shouted out the murder of the rooster. Roy swore the whole village could have heard his scream. He was just like the screaming groundhog meme Roy saw in his past life. The boy's appearance made Roy's eyes shine, and he was obviously not concerned with the accusation the boy made. That boy's Brandon, the son of the butcher. As the official butcher for a backwater village like Kaer, every villager had to ask for his help whenever they needed to slaughter their livestock. If I managed to become the butcher's apprentice, I'd have loads of EXP to gain. Chapter 3. The village streets were uneven, rugged, and trodden, with puddles of water that could be seen all across them, glimmering under the sun. A young man and child were going toward Fletcher the butcher's house on the northern side of the village. If Roy remembered correctly, Fletcher was Susie's distant relative, and they'd visit each other occasionally. Maybe this can work. Ha, look at you, Rooster Slayer. You're scrawny and weak. Even a bat's larger than you. You want to be my father's apprentice. Go home and stare at the sun like you always do. Brandon derided, sucking the snot that was drooling down to his lip. Roy trailed behind Brandon. The boy was barely 4 feet tall, while Roy was about 5 feet, 4 inches. As he looked down at Brandon's bob cut, Roy pressed down on the strands of hair that stood out to flatten them down. Before Brandon could look back, Roy pulled his hand away. PR/N, 4 feet is around 1.22 meters. 5 feet 4 inches is around 1.63 meters. Well, that's the spot. He was an 18-year-old man in his past life, so Roy thought there was no need to argue with a brat. He shrugged, looking nonchalant. I'm already 13, so what if I killed a chicken? Only bumpkin brats like you would get scared. Rooster Slayer. That's a dumb name. Where did you come up with it? In dummy land. You're a fool who can't even toil the field, and yet you can kill a chicken. Obviously, you're possessed by a demon, so I'll have to keep monitoring you closely. Wait, did you just call me a bumpkin? Brandon wiped the snot off his lips with his fat, dirty hands before wiping his fingers on his clean shirt. Brandon's financial standing was better than most families in the village. Thanks to him being the butcher's son, he never starved, and his clothes were always clean. Even though he was a young child, his peers were nothing but his sycophants. Because of that, he had a superiority complex since he was young, and he tolerated no insult toward his person. Hey, bumpkin, my father saw Queen Meve of Lyria and Rivia at the Winter Solstice Festival, and he told me about that grand event every night. You've never even stepped out of this village, and you call me a bumpkin. Oh, so you're saying that Uncle Fletcher brags to you every night, huh? Has he ever told you about magic tricks then? Roy observed Brandon's expression calmly. When he heard about magic tricks, Brandon's eyes shone, and they filled with longing and admiration as he blabbered about it. Roy was relieved to see Brandon's interest in tricks. He stopped in his tracks and puffed out his chest. If you can convince Uncle Fletcher to take me as his apprentice, then I, the great Roy, will show you one magical trick. Yeah, tell that to Don Quixote's kid, maybe that'll work. I won't be fooled. Brandon choked on his words, and his jaw dropped to the point someone could put an egg in his mouth. His eyes widened, and his snot drooled down uncontrollably. How did you do it? Right before his very eyes, under the glaring sun, the pebble in Roy's right hand had disappeared without a trace, as if it had moved away before anyone realized it. When Roy clenched his fist and opened it again, the pebble appeared out of thin air. See that? That's the trick I told you about. Roy was satisfied with the reaction he got from Brandon. The secret to that trick was Roy's inventory space. The pebble was transported there, and all Roy had to do was think about it to make it reappear. I don't believe you. Do it again. Let's do it with a different item this time. Do you have any money? Roy asked. Sure I do. Brandon would smuggle money from his father sometimes to treat his buddies to some dried fruit and fruit wine in the inn. I'll need 1 crown to do this, if you can kindly give it to me. Piqued by his curiosity, Brandon fell for Roy's ruse. He took out a yellow coin, a crown, and gave it to Roy. He then craned his neck to see the trick. Roy closed his palm and turned his hand down, and when he turned it back up, the crown had disappeared into thin air. I stayed at home all the time to learn this trick. Now that I've mastered it, I think I should show it to you guys. Brandon, still skeptical, searched Roy, but he found no place where Roy could have hidden the crown. Left with no excuses, he agreed to Roy's deal. Right, you teach me this trick, and I'll ask my dad to take you as his apprentice. This is a good deal. Oh, and one more thing you need to know. Since Brandon didn't ask for his money back, Roy kept it for himself. Don't ever call me Rooster Slayer, and don't tell anyone about it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the butcher's house stood a pudgy middle-aged man who was caressing a cow hung upside down by the limbs on a butchering rack. As he was about to slaughter it, the butcher noticed Roy and Brandon coming in. He ignored Roy and roared angrily at his fat son. Where'd you go again, you brat? You missed the chief's classes for half a month this time. Do you think money grows on trees? If you keep on being illiterate, you can forget about being a bard. Be a butcher like me. Brandon stared down and blushed after his father exposed his dream. He was a butcher's son, but his dream was to become a bard who traveled the world and told various stories to people he met along the way. If anyone knew about it, they'd laugh their socks off. There were only 3 villagers in Kaer who knew how to read and write, including the chief. Most of the villagers would have to pay if they wanted to write to their relatives. Even though Fletcher was a mere brute, he didn't want his son to be illiterate. If you can get the chief's praise, I'll get Tom to take you to Vengerborg Brandon. If you can learn everything from him, I'll get you to Oxenfurt University even if it bankrupts me. Your mother wanted you to go before she passed away. Don't disappoint her. Roy didn't think much about it when he heard about Brandon wanting to be a bard, but he was surprised after hearing what Fletcher said. This guy has a big dream. Being a butcher was a lucrative job, but educated people enjoyed better status in the world. Someone who could read and write the common speech of the northern kingdoms could live a great life in any village. If they were lucky enough to be a scribe in a city, they could garner great respect. If they managed to get into a university, they'd be almost revered. The university Fletcher mentioned, Oxenfurt, was one of the best universities in the world, and only the Nilfgaardian Imperial Academy was on par with it. Geralt's best friends, Jaskier and Shani, were graduates of Oxenfurt. You can't underestimate villagers, huh? Roy looked at Fletcher, then at Brandon. Fletcher was still yelling at his son and ignoring Roy. "Get into the house, you brat." Brandon gave a pleading look at Roy, and Roy went up to Fletcher. "Uncle Fletcher, The butcher waved him down impatiently and interjected. "You're all healed up, aren't you, Roy? Take some meat with you later when you go back. Susie's worried sick about you, so spend some time with her." Brandon, still wanting to learn the magic trick, croaked despite his fear, "Fletcher, he wants to be your apprentice." "Him?" Fletcher glanced at Roy. "I am looking for an apprentice, but you've never even toiled in the fields. Susie won't let you. Also, you're frail and feeble. How long will it take for you to process one animal? Half a day." "No, you can't be my apprentice. Just go away," Fletcher said honestly. Being a butcher might have been exhausting and dirty, but everyone wanted to do it. As long as they had the skill, they could earn many crowns and luxury. Fletcher wanted Brandon to inherit the business, for it would set him up for life. But since Brandon could learn common speech, Fletcher didn't force him into it. Brandon had a better future anyway. Since Roy was frail, most of the ways to gain EXP were dangerous for him. He needed a safe, stable source of EXP, so a little hurdle wouldn't stop him. He cracked his fingers and put on a serious look. "Give me a chance to explain, Uncle Fletcher." He nodded. "I've talked this through with my parents, so I'm calling the shots here." Roy paused. "You said a tough body is essential for a butcher. And you're right, but more than that, a great butcher must be skillful and experienced. I think that can be attained if I put in enough work. I know you can cut up all the livestock perfectly, even with your eyes closed, because you're experienced. I might be frail now, but I'm young, energetic, and still growing. Also, I can learn fast. If you're willing to teach me, I won't let you down, I promise." Roy gritted his teeth and made another offer. "If I can't work well in my apprenticeship, I'll work for free. All I need is some occasional meat." After hearing the offer, the butcher grinned. "You've changed, Roy. You used to be really quiet, but now you're a glib tongue. Looks like I have to take you in then. Right, I'll give you a chance for Susie's sake. Can you make the kill?" He moved away, revealing the cow behind him. "If you can kill this big old cow here and keep your barf down, I'll take you as my apprentice." He thought Roy wouldn't make the kill, for a young man like him had never seen blood. However, the soul inhabiting this body lived in a time where information was free, and gore was abundant. Roy, or to be more precise, Luo Yi, had seen worse than a cow's butcher. Roy took the butcher's knife from Fletcher calmly, before going up to the hanging cow. He then turned back and said sincerely, "Uncle Fletcher, to be honest, I had a long dream after the horse crashed into me, and I've decided to change myself after I woke up. I'm just a villager who knows nothing about toiling in the fields, but I have to learn something to support myself and the family." Moore and Susie's been taking care of me for a long time now. It's time I pay my dues." A deafening silence befell the butcher's home. All the color drained from Brandon's face, and he held his breath. He might have been the butcher's son, but he'd never killed anything. Every time Fletcher worked, he would stay far, far away and cover his ears. The frail Roy, who was holding the gleaming butcher's knife, looked so familiar, yet so alien to him. Roy's not the timid guy he used to be, Brandon thought. Surprise flared on Fletcher's glistening face. Did Roy just grow up? He's already working for his family. Then he glanced at the snotty brat who was his son. Should I get a horse to crash into this brat? That seems like how someone would grow as a person. Roy, there should be a bulge around the cow's neck. I just found it earlier. Use the knife and stab into that. If you do it right, the cow should die peacefully. The moment Fletcher said that, Roy squinted. He thought back at how he killed the chicken and grasped the feeling he'd had when he'd slit its throat. Roy made a calm swing, and the knife made a clean, fierce stab. Roy pierced the cow's neck and pulled the knife out in a moment. The animal stared at him, wide-eyed for the final time in its life. Tears streamed down its face, and it mooed weakly before taking its last breath without any struggle. At the same time, Roy's character sheet showed he had 7 EXP. Obviously, killing the cow granted him 5 EXP. It was his second kill, but he didn't retch, nor did he buzz with excitement. Killing a cow was different from killing a chicken. Instead of being elated about getting the experience, Roy felt sad and also scared. Why do I gain EXP from killing? How does it work anyway? How many EXP can I gain if I kill a human? Are living beings nothing but EXP for my character sheet? And how does it dictate the amount of EXP I gain for the kill I make? The size, or the life force, or the creature's soul, or something else? Countless questions popped into his mind, and he must kill to find the answer to those questions. He stood before the dead cow, stunned, and blood dripped from his knife. At the same time, Fletcher let out a hearty laugh and smacked his shoulder. The impact from that smack snapped Roy out of his trance. "Nice kill. Didn't expect you to be this gutsy. Say, did you get braver after almost being crushed by the horse? Either way, you made the cut. If you don't mind getting yourself dirty and exhausted, come here before dawn tomorrow. Make it through and you'll be getting some meat. Some crowns too if you're exceptional." Fletcher was getting on in age. His son spent all his time learning common speech and refused to inherit the business. The butcher desperately needed a helper. Roy might have been frail, but Fletcher had watched over him over the years. Roy was an honest boy who knew how to give back. Because of Susie, he was also Roy's uncle, so Fletcher didn't mind teaching him the skill. Roy snapped out of his sadness, and resolve stirred within him. "I'll be here on time, Uncle Fletcher. I can barely feed myself, and an unknown danger is approaching. I can't feel sorry for a cow when I have to kill more creatures. That'd make me a hypocrite," he mocked himself. Then Roy stopped feeling sorry and gripped the knife tightly. Chapter 4. That night, Roy begged Moore and Susie to let him work as the butcher's apprentice. The couple refused at first, but they couldn't keep it up as Roy didn't stop, so they agreed. The couple had been by Roy's side since the day he was born, and they thought it was bizarre that Roy's demeanor had completely changed after waking up. He used to be a quiet, timid child, but then he became talkative and expressive. However, the concern shown by Roy toward them wasn't fake, so the innocent couple didn't suspect anything. Instead, they felt relieved about their son's change. They thought that the accident matured him and made him grow up. When the next day came, the Kaer villagers were surprised to see a frail Roy following the butcher around. Did Moore's kid turn insane after almost getting crushed? He's as weak as a girl. He can't butcher anything. Oh, what do you know, you bumpkin? The boy had a brush with death. Of course he's going to change, but I bet he won't last the week. Not everyone can be a butcher, and it's a lucrative job. Why'd Fletcher want to share with him? The villagers gossiped about him, but Roy ignored their nasty comments. All he wanted to do was work with Fletcher. But after a day, he found out that a butcher's job was different from what he'd had in mind. After the bigger livestock were sent to the butcher's place, Fletcher would feed the cows and goats some yellow powder that would paralyze them to prevent them from struggling as they were killed. Fletcher told him the powder was an anesthetic the village herbalist gave him. After killing the livestock came the hardest part, cutting up the meat perfectly. If they wanted to keep the muscle intact after cutting it, the butcher had to have a thorough understanding of the anatomy of cows, goats, and pigs. Fletcher wasn't talented enough to draw the anatomy of the livestock. All he could do was teach Roy through action. When Roy saw Fletcher calmly skin the cow, disembowel it, and fillet the meat, he started to puke. The stench of the cow's insides filled the air, becoming a miasma of everything that was foul in the world. Everywhere he looked, Roy could only see a crimson hue, the cow's blood splattering everywhere. His stomach churned and he retched again. The kill wasn't much, but the disassembling of the livestock was a great test of his will. The butcher chortled. I knew something was off when you killed that cow so easily yesterday. Now you know how gory this line of work is. Told you it's dirty and exhausting. Why else do you think everyone else stays away from being a butcher? Well, everyone except you, Roy. Of course, you ain't going to get my business this easily. See if you can keep up until the end. When Roy recovered from his retching, his head felt fuzzy, and his legs were starting to turn to jelly. But the butcher didn't give him time to rest. Come here and take the knife. I'll teach you how to make a perfect cut. Let's start with strength control. Start here and cut upward. I said up. The fuck are you cutting? Damn it. Put your back into it. Every little mistake Roy made earned him a harsh scolding from Fletcher. Gods, he complained quietly. Not only does the apprentice have to wade through the bloody scene, they have to endure this scolding and get worked to the bone. It didn't take long for Roy to start feeling sore in his arms. His constitution was 1 point lower than a healthy adult. Because of that, he would tire easily. The exhaustion from his body and soul was starting to take a toll, wearing him down. Why did I ask to be an apprentice? I did this to myself. Even though Roy was grumbling in silence, he finished the job Fletcher gave him. It was more important than his own feelings. But the point here was that every livestock he killed granted him EXP. I am working for someone else after all. Even so, I get to train my body, gain EXP, and I even have meat. Perfect. Nothing to complain about. His first day of being an apprentice finally came to an arduous end after butchering 2 cows. The clients were from another village, and Fletcher received 10 crowns for his service. Business ain't this good every day, Fletcher told him. Kaer only had 100 families or so. Even if they included business from the other villages, it wasn't as if Fletcher had work all the time. When their job was done for the day, Fletcher, in all his generosity, gave Roy a piece of meat the size of his hand. Fletcher didn't see him as free labor either. He'd pay Roy 1 crown per week, but Roy didn't complain. He was just starting out in that line of work, so money wasn't important early on. What should we do with the innards, Uncle Fletcher? Toss 'em out. The world of The Witcher was similar to the European continent in Roy's past life. Not everyone could stomach the innards of livestock. After the bigger livestock were butchered, their innards would be buried in the wilds and burned. Either that or they'd be fed to the fish in a river. Can I take them? Roy didn't care that much. He lived in Sea Nation in his past life, where everyone ate everything under the sun, and he had his fair share of innards. Innards. So what? Meat is meat. He was a growing boy, and he'd get his hands on any food. As dusk started to fall, the shadows became longer, connecting them to the twilight world. Roy washed the blood from the butcher's yard and left with a heavy, bloody bag of innards. The weight of it almost made him pass out, but he endured. The day of butchering also netted him 10 EXP. As the sun started its descent down the horizon, smoke started billowing above the chimneys of Kaer's rickety houses. The men who toiled in the fields for the whole day came back, with their hoes thrown over their shoulders. The children, filthy after a day's worth of games, played chase with their livestock in the yard. As the sky darkened, candlelight started illuminating the houses, providing a shred of warmth to the night. Roy took a deep breath. I wonder how much longer this peace will last. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When he was just a short distance away from his home, Roy could vaguely see two soldiers coming to the village. They were clad in yellow armor, and they had swords hanging from their belts. Once the soldiers took a few heavy bags, they went back to their cart and left in a hurry. The villagers were already used to the soldiers' arrival, so they didn't react to them. Roy knew what was happening. Everyone in Kaer had to give the ruler of Lower Posada a part of their harvest as tax. The ruler took a whopping 30% of the villagers' harvest, leaving them with just enough to live their lives. Moore had skullcaps and common hop in his yard, and after collecting the harvest, handed 2 bags of dried skullcaps to the ruler. Skullcaps were similar to tobacco leaves on Earth. Whenever they had time, the villagers would whip their pipes out, pop the skullcap in and puff the smoke. It was their way of living life. Taxes were common everywhere, especially Edern. Every nation under its rule, including proxy nations, had to pay higher taxes compared to the other 3 northern kingdoms. Because of that, Edern was constantly under the threat of peasant movements. As Roy went around to chat with the villagers, he found out that a peasant movement had blown up in Aldersburg, southern Edern. What the heck is the monarchy thinking? No wonder Edern lost its rights to both the northern and southern part of the nation in the end. No wonder it became a broken nation. Danger is approaching. I have to race with time. Food was the only thing that could stave off Roy's stress for a while. He still had some rooster meat from the kill from a day ago, and after coming home with beef, Susie cooked up a big pot of meat soup. It still wasn't seasoned and it was still tasteless, and Roy could still taste the meat stench. Even so, they at least had meat. Fletcher might have discarded the innards, but Roy took them back and cleaned them up. He then scrounged for some celery, wild greens, and salt he gleaned from his parents after a bit of begging. After that, he stir-fried the ingredients. The aroma and stench of meat wafted throughout the house from Roy's stir-fried meat and innards. If it was the old him, Roy wouldn't have eaten a crude dish like that, but his new body didn't mind it. Food was precious in their era and meat scarce. Also, people only had 2 meals here, so a growing boy like him wouldn't let go of any chance to gobble meat up. Meat was great, but it was a shame Roy only gained 0.1 EXP from it, and he understood that killing creatures was the best way to level up. I can level up quickly even if I only make a few kills every other day. Roy was starting to look forward to his butchering life. Chapter 5. As the night turned dark, the villagers started blowing their candle lights out. The men went to sleep with their wives beside them, while the children stared into the night sky and counted the sheep. Thompson, the night patrol, went around the village with nothing but a torch and his rusty sword. His job was to chase away any beasts or bandits, and to signal everyone if danger was coming. The only places that were still bright were the chief's home and the ramshackle inn in the village center, All Captain's Inn. Occasionally, single young men with time to spare would frequent the inn to spend the night away from home. Once they had a few drinks, they'd get high and call the inn's boss One-Eyed Jack for a game of Gwent. One-Eyed Jack was a bearded man who loved to brag about his younger days that were spent on the seas of Scalige Isles. All Captain's Inn was illuminated warmly by the crackling fireplace and the luminescent candles that hung along the walls. It was a quiet place, one where a few customers were enjoying their drinks after a day of hard work. Roy was standing before the Gwent game board, and his eyes gleamed as he looked at the delicate, beautiful cards. Gods, these are actual Gwent cards. Gwent was first created by a dwarf as a way to stave off boredom, but it quickly grew in popularity thanks to its simple rules and interesting and ever-changing gameplay. Nobles and civilians alike loved to play a few matches in their spare time. The characters in the cards were based on the legendary characters in the world, such as King Emhyr of Nilfgaard, King Foltest of Temeria, King Demavend of Edern, who was wearing a crown, and the beautiful Queen Meve of Lyria and Rivia. Every Gwent card was a dwarf's labor of love. Their flawless craftsmanship, gorgeous artwork, and perfect design were divine and impossible to forge. Some of the unique cards were created by a dwarf grandmaster, making them masterpieces. A normal card would usually go for a couple of crowns at most, and most shops would sell a few of them. Some of the rarer ones could cost as much as a house in Vengerborg, the capital of Edern, but the collectors who would sell those were scarce. After watching a few matches, Roy saw Nilfgaardian decks, Northern Kingdom decks, and even Scalige Isles decks, but there were no monster cards or Scoia'tael decks. Monster cards were rare, while Scoia'tael decks, well, Scoia'tael was an alliance who helped Nilfgaard ambush the humans in the Northern Kingdoms in the war. The Northern War hadn't begun yet in the year 1260, which meant nobody knew of Scoia'tael, and that meant no decks. Scoia'tael decks would only emerge after the Northern War, where a dwarf grandmaster would create the expansion pack. "Hey, Roy, why aren't you at home? It's past your bedtime. You shouldn't be in an inn." When one-eyed Jack tried to pat Roy's head with his furry hand, Roy evaded it easily. Roy gave him a sheepish grin. He was only 13, so acting cute wasn't something to be ashamed about. "As long as it gets me what I need. I'm waiting for Brandon, Jack. He said he'd treat me to some fruit wine tonight." Roy lied. He was waiting because he had a deal to keep. He'd teach Brandon a simple magic trick he'd learned online in his past life. The Gwent match came as a surprise, though. Roy thought he could make some money out of it, for the players in Witcher 3 would invariably get addicted to Gwent. An ugly smile carved itself on one-eyed Jack's weathered, wrinkly face. That fatso. He'd steal his old man's money just to have some booze here. His wine is diluted with water, though. If I didn't do that, all Fletcher would have found out about it and whooped his ass. Don't pick up that habit. At the same time, his eyes shone, and one-eyed Jack quickly placed a white Gwent card on the board. That play turned his opponent's face as white as the card one-eyed Jack placed. "Take this, Otter, Biting Frost. All your close combat cards' strength is now 1, 35 to 20. Game, set, and match." Jack pulled the crowns to himself, the coins clattering against the table as they moved. Otter the farmer's face fell. "Damn it. My luck's worse than the fish in caviar. That's it, I'm out for the night." He darted out of the inn. Then Roy quickly took his place and stared at one-eyed Jack. "Sit somewhere else, boy. My old friend's coming, and tonight I'm going to win all his crowns. I ain't taking no for an answer. Jack, since we both have nothing to do, why don't I play with you as your warm-up?" Jack shook his head. "Do you even have Gwent cards? There's no way a kid would have the money for Gwent." "Aw, come on. Everyone knows Captain Jack's a collector. You have tons of cards in your collection. There must be more than one copy of some. Can't you just make a deck for me?" Roy clasped his hands and gazed at Jack with sparkling eyes. Jack sighed. "You used to be so sweet and sheepish. What happened to you? Did someone drill obstinance into your head? You sure won't back down." Jack raised his hand to smack Roy, but then he remembered something and he stopped. "Fine, I owe you this. I can lend you my cards. But there's no point playing Gwent without any bets. If you lose, you'll have to clean up my in once." Deal, what if I win? You get 1 crown, but you got 2 crowns per win, Roy blurted. Jack was about to fly into a rage, but Roy covered his mouth before he could say anything else. A short while later, Roy had a Northern Realms deck made out of 35 cards. 31 of them were unit cards that had a strength of 6 or less, and 4 were weather cards. There wasn't even one unique hero card. Not one. Gwent cards were smooth and soft to the touch. It felt even better than a teenage girl's perfect skin, and for an instant, Roy was reluctant to let them go. On the other hand, Roy had no idea about One-Eyed Jack's deck. The game started shortly after. Sometime later, Brandon scurried to the table to watch the match, and a dark-skinned man measuring over 6 feet 4 came along. PR/N. 6 feet 4 is around 193 meters. They did nothing but watch silently. Roy started the game slow, playing his cards hesitantly. On the other hand, Jack was nonchalant. He crossed his arms whenever it was Roy's turn, and he played lightning fast when it was his. Roy inevitably lost the first 2 rounds. However, as the matches went on, Roy ended up turning the tables, winning match after match. Jack stared at the board, unblinking. He found it harder to make his moves, and his face fell after every loss. "You cheated, you little bastard," Jack roared as he shot up. It was half an hour later. His face was red from the tension, and he looked like an angered lion. Before he could do anything, an impossible muscly hand pushed him down to his seat. "I've been watching the whole time, Captain. Roy didn't cheat. I guarantee it." Seeger had a sure look on his face, though a smile spread across his lips silently. He loved it when Jack lost, for Seeger never won a Gwent match against him. Roy gave the red-haired man a look of gratitude. The man was Seeger, a Kaer villager and blacksmith who worked as a repairman for the villagers' farming tools. Roy heard that Seeger used to be in Jack's crew, and they had run a trade ship on the Scalige Isles. After Jack's retirement, Seeger came with him to Edern to settle down. Seeger wasn't born and raised in Edern. He was a Scalige Isles local, and the man was an honest one. "You should thank the horse that crashed into you, Roy." Seeger smacked Roy's head. "You used to act like a girl, but now you're starting to look like a man." After that little episode, the Gwent match went on for half an hour, totaling to 8 matches in the end. One-Eyed Jack lost 5 of them, and a whopping 5 crowns sat quietly on Roy's side of the table. He'd have to work with Fletcher for more than a month to earn what he'd made during that one night. Unbelievable. Are you really siding with this brat, oh great Mele Tele? My deck is 2 times better than his, but I lost 5 matches. This can't be real. Even if he's skilled, he can't beat me that easily. Still frustrated over his loss, Jack glowered at Roy. Roy worried silently after being glared at. Did I go too far? He did cheat, but nobody saw it. Roy kept 2 weather cards in his inventory space when nobody was looking, and throughout the matches, he'd swapped his cards to freeze Jack's units. That lowered their strength, which Jack worked so hard to pile up. Gods, that was fun. Because I am lucky. Roy tried to sound as calm as possible. Nobody is luckier than me when it comes to Gwent. The great Mele Tele has granted me her blessing. Damn it! Jack slammed the wall and it shook from the impact. If it weren't for that damned thief, Sasha, you wouldn't have won. She stole my mysterious elf. Sasha. Roy paused for a moment at the mention of that name. He thought he'd met Sasha in the game, but he couldn't remember who she was. Brandon, the little fat kid, thought about it and shouted, "Isn't Sasha the rider who knocked into Roy?" The mention of the accident made Jack give up dwelling on his loss. Forget it. If it weren't for me chasing after her, she wouldn't have panicked and crashed into Roy. I'll let this matter slide today. Roy connected the dots and realized why Jack said he owed him, and why he was willing to lend a Gwent deck. So it's because he has a rare card, and a thief came to steal it. That's why Roy got knocked out and merged with me. Come here at the same time tomorrow night, Roy. We'll have a few matches. You won't be lucky forever. I'll find out how you cheat one way or another." Roy took the offer without hesitation. He made 5 crowns in half an hour, so there was no reason not to let his greatest source of income go. Captain Jack's as addicted to Gwent as those dwarves who got bankrupt because of it. Brandon, wanting to have a piece of the show, tugged on Roy's sleeve. Roy, teach me that magic trick." He whipped out a handful of aromatic, sweet, yellowish snacks from his pocket and popped them into Roy's mouth. "Those are cracklings. They're delicious, aren't they? Fletcher cooks up cracklings every time he slaughters a pig. You teach me some tricks and I'll bring you snacks every day." Roy looked at the naive, childish, chubby boy and smiled. He flattened out a single strand of hair that poked out from Brandon's head. "Let's make it quick. We'll have to go to bed soon." Chapter 6. Tranquil days passed by quietly like a flowing river. Before he knew it, Roy had been working as an apprentice for nearly a month, and he spent many nights getting into Gwent matches in the inn. Slowly but surely, Roy started to blend into the familiar yet alien Kaer. Over the month of working and playing Gwent, Roy managed to save up 60 crowns, most of which came from Jack and Seeger. The money was enough to sustain a trip to Vengerberg or any big city. Roy wanted to win more crowns, but Seeger and Jack started bringing their guards up when around him. They stopped playing Gwent with him, and Roy lost his greatest source of income. Ever since he got to know Seeger, Roy kept asking him about his hometown, the Scalige Isles. He was trying to forge a bond with Seeger. He spent 50 crowns purchasing a dagger and a small crossbow from Seeger. "Gotta protect myself, you see." The crossbow was called Gabriel, named after the forger of Verdun. It was gray in color, and Roy could hold it with one hand. Seeger also gave him 20 wooden crossbow bolts as a gift. Any other Eastern blacksmith wouldn't have sold Gabriel to a scrawny boy like Roy. But Seeger was different. He came from the Scalige Isles, and he was an honest man. Seeger believed that a man should always possess a weapon from a young age, in order to stay safe amidst the chaos. Children as young as 10 would have started swinging weapons around on Scalige Isles, so he didn't mind selling Gabriel, especially when he had taken a liking to Roy. Compared to the crossbows that could have been easily found in the game, the crossbow Seeger gave him was powerful. It might have had an outdated structure, short range and slow reload, but at least crossbows didn't demand any skill. Even weak children and the elderly could use it. As long as they held it steady and shot straight, even elite soldiers could be hurt. The crossbow was the perfect choice for Roy, who had no combat experience and had a lower constitution than the average adult. At least it was better than a melee weapon. His perception rivaled an adult's, and he had a broad range of sight, making him an efficient ranged fighter. Roy kept his dagger and crossbow in his inventory space. It was a convenient thing for Roy. Aside from being unable to keep living beings, the only restriction was size. He could keep anything as long as it didn't exceed the maximum space. All he had to do was think about the item, and it would show up in his hands. As dawn broke through the horizon, the dewdrops on the weeds flanking the streets started to glisten under the sunlight. Roy, as usual, was going to the butcher's place. He would wave at the villagers on the way there, but most of them ignored him. Kaer was a traditional place. The villagers held the belief that children should inherit their parents' business. They thought Roy should just toil the fields, but instead, he went to learn the skills of a butcher, spent his nights in the inn, and even made a friend out of the outsider from the Scalige Isles. His aberrant behavior garnered him nothing but the villagers' jealousy and nasty whispers. If he was the original Roy, he would have locked himself up where the sun didn't shine after hearing the rumors. But the current Roy didn't care about them. If his plan went well, He'd level up first before going out into the wild and hunting with his new weapons. He could just get some kills and sell the animal skins for some crowns. Of course, he'd keep on learning the trade of the butcher. Something like a hunting license might have existed in big cities, but a small, remote village like Kaer wasn't bound under that regulation. Roy could hunt all he wanted. Once he leveled up a few more times, Roy thought he would be able to defend himself well enough. After he made some money, he tried to bring Moore and Susie to Nohv and settle there. He'd have to make sure his parents were safe before he could go off in his pursuit of strength and explore the wonderful world he was in. Messages started flooding his mind. Oza, the Academy for Young Ladies, was located in the Thanid Isles, Gors Velen, while Ban Ard Academy for Young Men was located in Caedwen. The stronghold of the Wolf School, Kaer Morhen, was located in the Blue Mountains, which was east of Caedwen. It was there that Vesemir lived. All the places the messages told him about were in his exploration plan, and Roy intended to check off everything on his bucket list. However, for the time being, he'd take the first step to his momentous journey killing more livestock. Then he'd level up. After a month of continuous scolding and teachings from the butcher, as well as the sweat and blood Roy sacrificed for his work, his stats changed ever so slightly. Roy age, 13 years and 8 months old. Status, civilian HP, 41 strength, 4 right arrow 4, 2 dexterity, 5 right arrow 5, 1 constitution, 4 right arrow 4, 1 perception, 5 will, 4 right arrow 4, 5 charisma, 5 spirit, 6 you unlocked a new skill. Unnamed, passive. Level 1. You have killed and dismembered more than 4 types of animals. Your total kill and dismemberment has exceeded 15. You now have a bloody aura around you. The aura cannot be dispelled. You have a 1% chance to fear any enemies within a 1-foot range. If the enemy has a lower will than you, you have a 1% chance to cause it to lose control over its body. You have an understanding of the anatomy of mammals. Pigs, cows, goats, dogs, etc. You know how to control your strength and weapon to bypass their skin, muscle, and bones to attack their weakness. Your damage against creatures with a similar anatomy is permanently increased by 1%. Tip: this skill will level up according to the number and types of creatures you kill. PR/N. 1 foot is around 0, 3 meters. Inventory space. 1 cubic meter other. Unknown EXP. 98 out of 100 *****. After a month of intense training and enough food to eat, Roy's strength, constitution, and dexterity saw a slight increase. His face was no longer a stark contrast to his jet black hair, but instead had a pink glow of health to it. Roy was obviously sturdier than he was a month ago. He was still scrawny, but at least he had shed that feeling of extreme weakness. Will was the attribute that saw the biggest increase, but Roy thought it was natural. Anyone would have an iron will after having puked for a month, and kept on working in a bloody, squalid, and rancid environment. Roy could feel something evil coming from his new passive skill. The odds of it activating and the damage increase it provided were only 1%, because it was only a level 1 skill after all. The damage increase would help in at least some situations. Besides, the skill could level up through skill point distribution, and the moment Roy made enough kills. Since I got this skill through the butcher's teaching, and it levels up through killing, why don't I call it? Roy gave it a name, and the unnamed skill was called Massacre. On the way back to his house, Roy bumped into Brandon, who tried to ram into him. Brandon had a special affinity with magic. He only spent a month mastering the little tricks Roy taught him, such as the prophecy, the magical hay, and the phantom fork, and he was already performing them perfectly. Roy wasn't sure if Brandon could be a bard, but he knew Brandon could be a magician if he wanted to. After being harassed by Brandon for a month, Roy had already held up his end of the bargain, and he had no desire to play along with Brandon anymore. "How many times have I told you? I taught you everything I know, so let me go, you snotty brat." Brandon's eyes were filled with the desire for knowledge. "It's fine. You can get a gander of this trick I improvised on. Man, if I perform this when I become a bard, the whole Kaer's going to be surprised. No, the whole lower Posada. Not interested. I have a job to do. I can give you some cracklings. Fletcher made it yesterday." Brandon gave him a sycophantic smile. That was the first time the little guy had to beg for a favor. Usually it was the other way around. But after finding out about magic and falling in love with it, Brandon showed an unprecedented passion for it. Roy stood his ground. "Then show it to your dad or your lackeys. Brady and the gang would love to praise you for your show." "My dad. He's going to kick my ass." Brandon held Roy's hand and insisted, "And I can't show those guys. They're just kids. They can't give me any ideas to improve. You're the only one around who can." Roy stared into his eyes and cruelly replied, "Stop coming to me. I have a job, and I need to settle something important. Never talk to me about magic tricks ever again. If you don't have anyone to show off to, why don't you show it to your mother?" Brandon froze, and he looked down in silence. After Roy shook Brandon off, he went to Fletcher's house and noticed a couple of people struggling against a big white pig. Fletcher was clamping down on its head, while a villager tried to pull on its tail, but the pig dragged them around and oinked loudly. Roy hastened and pinned the pig down. Then Fletcher fed it the anesthetic, and it finally stopped squirming. Fletcher plopped down onto the pig's dirty back, but didn't complain. The flaps on his face trembled as he moved, and he asked, sounding nonchalant, "You saw that brat, didn't you, Roy?" "Yeah, he went to show off his magic tricks to some kids. Call him back for me once we butcher this pig." That brat stood the chief off again. Fletcher rubbed his nose and whispered, "I did yell at him a bit too harshly though, so help me out. I don't want him to run around in a fit of anger. He just doesn't know how to show that he cares, doesn't he?" Roy thought, and he agreed to help out. With Fletcher's help, Roy killed the fat pig in one strike. Once the blood had finished flowing out, his EXP bar filled, and Roy felt a weak quake from his character sheet. He then excused himself and sat down somewhere quiet. When he looked at his character sheet, there was a plus sign after the EXP bar. After concentrating his mind on the plus sign, a new message showed up on the sheet. Level 1, 3 out of 500. At the same time, a surge of warmth flowed through his body. It felt like inner energy, Kaer, or as they called it, chaos energy. At the same time, a plus sign showed up after every stat in his skill massacre. He gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point from the level up. Roy was overjoyed, but he held his excitement back and observed his stats closely. His strength was 4, 2, constitution 4, 1 and will 4, 5. Those stats were weaker than an average adult. Even if he added 1 point to any one of them, it wouldn't provide him with any edge in combat. He could just keep working as an apprentice to the butcher, and his body would eventually grow into the stats of an adult. There was no point in wasting a hard-earned point on that. He had no desire to become someone who relied on their looks for a living, so charisma wasn't in his list of considerations. That left spirit, perception, and dexterity for him, and it was those stats that Roy was paying attention to. He was on par with an average adult in those stats, and his spirit was 1 point higher than a normal adult's. In his case, where he had little attribute points, Roy would prefer to increase his advantage rather than to be a master of all trades. However, Roy hadn't mastered any spell, nor had he come into contact with pseudo-spells like the Witcher's signs. Since spirit would only increase the strength of spells, Roy wouldn't add a point to spirit. So only perception and dexterity are left. Adding a point to dexterity would increase his reaction speed and sight when he was moving. It would increase his efficiency in utilizing Gabriel, which would help in his plan. Adding 1 point in perception would grant him a clearer view of his surroundings. It could be used in defense and premonition. A higher perception would also help with his observation skills and sight, which could increase his efficiency with Gabriel. After pondering upon the matter long and hard, Roy came to a decision. I'll go with perception then. The moment he thought of adding that point into perception, perception had its point increased by 1, making it a total of 6. At the same time, a stronger surge of warmth flowed through his whole body. Roy fell into a state of transcendence after he heightened his perception. The world itself became livelier in his eyes. Roy could faintly smell the stench of blood coming from the butcher's house, and when he looked into the growths of grass, Roy could see the dewdrops on the tips of their blades, and the ladybug that sparkled bright red as it crossed the leaves. He could feel the flow of the air as it brushed against his fingertips, before dancing away into the space ahead. The air itself felt warm to the touch, and it enveloped him in a gentle manner. Everything around him became livelier and more magical than Roy had ever imagined. He stayed in that trance for the longest time before slowly snapping out of it. And then he added his skill point into Massacre, leveling it up by 1 level. Massacre was currently level 2. It was only a 1-level increase, but the damage increase and activation chance spiked. They were only 1% at level 1, but they were both 5% at level 2. The addition to Perception didn't change Roy's physique though. Roy was delighted by the improvements he made, and he was confident that his following plan would work out. The euphoria from leveling up swept everything away from his mind, and he had forgotten the request Fletcher asked of him. Chapter 7. Late at night, Roy was sound asleep, and he had a dream about his meeting with the hook-nosed, bald man who called himself Master Mirror. This happened after he'd defeated the Griffin, Higher Vampire, and the Unseen Elder. Then his dream was broken by a panicked knock on the door. "More, Susie, this is urgent. I need you to open the door right now," someone called out to the couple outside. Roy struggled to get up, cold sweat drenching his back. He saw his parents standing at the door with a candle holder in hand. Before them stood the muscular butcher, but he looked terrified and his voice was quavering. When a gust of the night's breeze brushed across Roy's face, he finally shook the sleepiness away. What happened? Why does the butcher who cusses all day look so terrified? Roy had the answer before long. Did something happen to Brandon, Uncle Fletcher? Roy wore his thin hemp pajamas and went up to his parents. The cold candle light shone on Fletcher's face. His eyes were bloodshot, his lips dry. There was worry in his eyes, and he looked haggard, like a cat on hot bricks. That damn brat. Fletcher's head hung low, the torch he held trembling as his hand and beard shivered. "He's missing. Brandon didn't come home tonight. Did you search for him in Brady's house? Could he be having a sleepover at his friend's place?" Roy took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "And all captains in too. He'd go there once in a while." "No," Fletcher shook his head. "I searched everywhere, asked everyone, but nobody saw him since the afternoon. The brat's cheeky, but he's never stayed out this late into the night." "Calm down, Uncle Fletcher. Think closely. He might have gone somewhere else. We'll help you find him." "No, you stay here and sleep." Moore clasped his shoulder. "Susie and I will help." "Dad, did you forget what I've been doing for the past 4 weeks? I've seen more blood in a month than most people have seen their whole lives. I'm not scared." Roy gave his parents a calm and reassuring look. "I won't get into trouble, trust me." He held their hands. Moore and Susie looked at each other and sighed. Then they nodded. They could see their son's change over the month. It became more and more pronounced with each passing day. He was no longer his old, weak, timid self. Roy was an opinionated boy, and once he had decided something, they wouldn't be able to stop him. They weren't strict parents, After Roy had convinced them to let him join, they exited the yard. Fletcher held his hand. "Thank you, child." Roy felt his grip and nodded. Fletcher had been taking good care of him over the month, so he wouldn't sit out when Brandon was missing. That snotty brat's everything to Fletcher. He'd be devastated if he lost him. Roy knew the pain of bereavement, and he wouldn't wish it on Fletcher. Every villager lit up their house after hearing about Brandon's disappearance. Fletcher was still on the search, followed by One-Eyed Jack, Seeger, Thompson, and 3 other male villagers. They were all holding torches, and some of them had a sword hanging from their waist, while the others were holding hoes and pitchforks, ready for the search. Is this all? So the chief isn't getting everyone into this? Roy was slightly disappointed. One-Eyed Jack touched his beard and sighed. The older they get, the more death scares them. The chief said it's dangerous in the wild at night, and he'd only send a search party in the morning. Ain't easy getting these folks to join the search. We'd best hurry up, or Brandon would probably stink as much as Scaly J's dead fish if we tarry until dawn. Can you be quiet, boss? Seeger then looked at Fletcher calmly and tried to console him. Brandon's probably lost outside. He's a smart child. Mali Itele will protect him. Everyone knew what a kid in a remote village surrounded by the wilds would become if they went missing. Dead, but nobody would mention it. An eerie chill crept up on Roy, and he recalled how harsh he was toward Brandon that morning. Fletcher even asked him to take care of the child, but he forgot about it after leveling up. If something happens to Brandon, part of the responsibility lies with me. Damn it, I have to find him. Right, we'll split into 2 teams to cover more ground. Let's go in different directions, but don't go too far. Come back as soon as possible if you fail to find him, Thompson said. He then took Roy, Seeger, One-Eyed Jack, and Fletcher into his team, while Susie, Moore, and the other villagers were in the other team. Don't worry about me, Dad, Susie. Mr. Seeger's here, so I'm perfectly safe. You guys be careful. The couple nodded. They could see their son was in a team that was better equipped. The team walked in a straight line into the darkness with nothing but torches to light their surroundings. Seeger led the group while Fletcher followed him. Roy trailed behind the butcher, and Jack stood behind Roy. Thompson took the rear. Untold dangers lurked in the night. The wilds in Lower Posada were infested with rabid dogs, wolf packs, and gruesome creatures who would kill them if given half the chance. Edern's autumn night had always been chilly. The temperature was nearly 0 degrees Celsius, and Roy was shivering in the cold, his breath turning into mist. The moon was full that night, its silvery light bathing the wilds, but it provided no security. Strange sounds crept out from the depths of the wilds. They sounded like bugs, but also something else, something horrifying. The golden ear of the wheat swayed along as the night breeze whispered its secrets among them, and they danced under the moonlight. The flowers of common hops filled the air with a faint bitter scent, but none came to taste it. The party started their search in the fields around Kaer, and they kept calling out for Brandon. Even with the help of torches and the moonlight, their vision was severely restricted. Most of them could only see 10 feet away. Roy wasn't most people. Much to his surprise, he realized that his vision wasn't restricted at all. He could see things clearly even if they were 30 feet away, just like how he would in daytime. He knew he could do this because of the sight improvement from his perception. Yep, I made the right investment. After 1 hour into the search, Brandon was still nowhere to be seen. Roy's search party had searched through every field in Kaer, to no avail. Worry and tension started to brew among them. They knew the chances of Brandon's survival would get slimmer the longer they tarried. Jack was observing his members along the way, and then he suddenly stopped. We can't find him like this. Fletcher, think carefully. Where else could that kid go? Fletcher hunkered down and held his head in agony. The damn brat keeps saying he wants to go to a big city and be a bard, but he never even left Kaer a day in his life. The most he did was fish in the river near the village, but he never went farther than that. I haven't fulfilled my promise to him and my wife. I have to send him to Vengerburg and Oxenfurt. Roy sighed silently after hearing that. A short while later, something struck him. Roy recalled he said something he shouldn't to Brandon. Show it to your mother. Uncle Fletcher, I've never heard anything about Brandon's late mother. Fletcher still looked despondent. Anna's been dead for 3 years because of her whooping cough. She's buried in. Fletcher paused. The cemetery. He shot up, looking galvanized. Anna's buried in the cemetery. It's in the east of the village. Could the brat be there? It's possible. What are we waiting for then? To the cemetery. The cemetery where the dead villagers rested was about 3 miles east of the village. There was a dirt path covered by sticks and grass between the village and the cemetery. It was the dead of night, but the search party dashed across the path, torches held up high above their heads. Roy was trailing behind the men, huffing and puffing. Sweat started glistening on his forehead not long after. He was slightly weaker than an average adult, but he couldn't ask a father who was worried about his son to slow down. All he could do was grit his teeth and follow the team. Jack was equally out of breath. He was getting on in age, and he had copious amounts of alcohol every day. Because of that, he was physically weaker than most people. After running a mile, Roy sensed something coming their way, and alarm bells rang in his head inexplicably. "Everybody look out," he roared. The moment he said that, everyone noticed dots of eerie green light flashing in the darkness in the overgrown shrubs around them, moving quickly as they did so. They looked like eyes, but they gleamed differently. To be more exact, they crackled like pairs of ghost fire that threatened to burn them whole. Something shuffled within the bushes, and a deep growl followed shortly, revealing a menacing wolf pack before them. It was blocking their way to the cemetery. Chapter 8. As the wolf pack started to surround them, Roy and his team noticed more pairs of eyes staring at them. They gleamed a menacing green, and when the beasts revealed themselves under the moonlight, they saw they were surrounded by a pack of lean wolves that had different colors of fur. They surrounded the search party, but because of the light from the torches, stayed some distance away, though they still bared their fangs and snarled. Roy and the others could see that the wolves were ready to strike at any time. There were 20 around them at a glance, and they were all as big as calves. Their size alone was terrifying enough. Everyone formed a circle by reflex, and they unsheathed their steel swords. Roy was kept in the center by the men, and all he could see beyond was the wolf pack. The men might have been unable to smell the stench from the wolves, but Roy could. They emanated the rotten odor of blood and meat, making Roy gag. When he looked closer, he could see the mindless cruelty and desire for fresh meat welling up in the eyes of the beasts. He'd seen videos about wolves in his past life, and he even played games that had them in it, but nothing prepared him for the shock he felt when he saw them in real life. An uncontrollable shiver crept up on him. Those wolves weren't livestock that were tied up and had anesthetic fed to them. Those wolves were feral hunters, capable of tearing human flesh easily with their sharp fangs. One-eyed Jack swung his torch slowly, keeping the wolves at bay with the burning flames. "Look out, everyone. These beasts are known for their cunningness." The old sailor obviously had his fair share of battles in his younger days. He was calm, and there wasn't a hint of fear on his face. Fletcher and Thompson had seen more than enough gore in their lives. The pack didn't scare them, and they held their swords steady as they faced the wolves. Seeger gave the animals a threatening glare. He held his steel sword with both hands, positioning it at his right, the weapon's blade facing 45 degrees upward. His back was taut, his muscles relaxed. Seeger bent down slightly, his left leg pointing at the wolf pack. His right was behind the left, pointing 40 degrees outward. Obviously, the blacksmith from Scalej was trained in swordsmanship. His sword handling was fluid and professional. Roy was the weak link of the team. He was pale and drenched in cold sweat. "Stay close, men, and move slowly. Don't panic and no sudden movements," Jack said calmly. The team slowly moved toward the cemetery like an impenetrable fortress. The moment they took a step, the wolf pack became agitated, and they howled into the night, piercing the silence. The wolves facing them pounced, determined to claw through their prey. "Away, you beast!" Jack roared, and he slammed his leg into a wolf's head, sending it flying through the air. At the same time, he slashed at the beast, drawing a silvery arc through the air, and it cut through the wolf's thigh. It whimpered in pain and shuffled backward. "I might be old, but that ain't mean I can't fight, ye bastard." One-eyed, Jack wanted to go for the kill, but the other wolves stepped in and blocked the blade from their injured comrade. A pair of wolves snarled at Jack, intending to tear him apart, but they knew a frontal assault was risky. Instead, the wolves decided to kite Jack, searching for his weakness. Jack swung his sword and torch vigorously, trying to keep the wolves at bay, but his age showed in battle. He wouldn't hold on for much longer. He started sweating, and his movements were getting slower, clumsier. At the same time, Fletcher, Seeger, and Thompson were fighting the wolves 1-2. Their situation was equally as precarious, and they couldn't come to support Jack. Beyond the battle area, a few more wolves hid in the dark, sharpening their claws as they observed the fight. Once someone would show an opening, they would jump into the fray without hesitation. The team would lose the battle of attrition eventually, thought the wolves. After a mere 5 minutes, Jack, the oldest member of the party, was slashed by a wolf's claws, and a bloody gash formed around his waist. He made a counter-attack despite the pain, but that was his last one. When another wolf came for him, he couldn't defend himself and he fell down. The wolf moved onto him like a phantom and opened its maw, intending to feast. "Didn't expect a beast to get the better of little Almy," Jack mumbled. When he thought he was going to die, he heard something pierce through the air, and something fell with a dull thud. Jack struggled to get up, and he looked around, only to see a bolt embedding itself into the wolf that was going to eat him earlier. It fought for life, but eventually death came for it, and it couldn't outrun its fate. "Out of the way, Jack." Roy was kneeling down, holding Gabriel in his hands. He just pulled the trigger, sending a bolt the wolf's way. Roy's nerves and fear drenched him in sweat, and even his lips trembled. The moment the battle went underway, Roy had taken out his crossbow from his inventory space. He wanted to shoot the beasts, but they moved too swiftly for him to do so. The cover of night didn't help with his aim, and he only managed to get a chance when the wolf let its guard down as it went for the kill. Fortunately, his bolt met its mark, saving Jack from a terrible fate. The moment it hit the wolf, Roy saw a purple light flash from the weapon. "Is that Massacre?" Roy could see that the purple light was the added damage from his skill, and he knew that the wolf had just come into Massacre's range. The fact he knew his skill was able to take effect gave Roy some confidence in battle. He stopped trembling and pulled the string back before shooting at the remaining wolf that was battling Jack. Another bolt flew through the air in pursuit of its prey, not unlike the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It lodged itself deep into the wolf, and the animal let out a howl of anguish before departing the earth, falling with a thud. Roy tuned his perception, trying to find a way out of the battle. He could feel his heart's fierce pumping as it threatened to burst from his chest. His right hand was getting sore from reloading his crossbow, but he noticed a 20-point increase in his experience. His EXP bar was currently 23 out of 500. Apparently, one wolf provided 10 EXP. The double kill raised the morale of Roy's team, while the wolves slowed their attacks, scared because of their comrade's death. They faltered for only a split second, but it was enough for Roy to make another shot. The bolt buried itself in the leg of the wolf that was battling Seeger. It whimpered in pain, but Seeger didn't stop attacking. He raised his steel sword over his head, tensing his muscles before bringing his sword down, slicing the wolf in half. As he kicked the bloody, mangled carcass away, Seeger thumped his chest and roared in triumph. At that point, the team had managed to break through the wolves' encirclement. Seeger stood in the vanguard, his sword raised above his head. Everyone else shifted into a defensive stance and kept the pouncing wolves at bay. Roy stood in the middle, and being the only one who was still attacking, released shot after deadly shot at the wolves. When he had used up all 20 bolts, 5 more wolves lay dead. As the bodies piled up, the wolf pack finally realized that Roy and his team wouldn't go down easily. They gave up on their hunt and went back into the dark with their tails between their legs. The moment the wolves ran away, Roy and the others heaved a sigh of relief, and they plopped down onto a patch of grass. The battle only took 10 minutes, but it drained everything from them. Everyone except Roy was injured, but everything was minor. Once they went back into the village, got it bandaged and rested up for a while, they'd be good as new. Roy took a breather and calmed down. As he looked at his bloodied, haggard comrades, a sense of pride welled up within him. We survived. Jack let out a hearty laugh. Looks like little Almy has another story to brag about now. Jack grinned in pain and smacked Roy's shoulder. Not bad, kid. I thought you'd be scared shitless and drag us down. Didn't expect you to be the reason we'd live. I'll let your cheating and Gwent slide. Everyone else shared the same sentiment, but at the same time, they were incredulous. 15 wolves had been killed that night, and almost half of them were either taken out by Roy or had the final hit dealt by him. When they were his age, most of them were still brats. Even Seeger from Scalege hadn't made as many kills as Roy did in one night. Seeger commented, "It's fortunate that I sold the crossbow to you, or none of us would have survived the night. Tell me the truth, Roy. Moore and Susie adopted you, didn't they? You're the descendant of an elf or a dwarf, aren't you? Humans don't have that kind of accuracy." Roy smiled at him. Then he went to retrieve his bolts from the dead wolves. He couldn't tell them his secret, and had to say that he only made those kills by mostly luck. It was his first time using a crossbow in battle, and the wolves were too swift to follow. Even with his perception, it was difficult to keep up with the beasts. He'd be lucky to even make 5 kills during his next hunt. Roy joked, "I did say Meli Itele blessed me. Even if I didn't aim, the wolves still would have gotten shot." Then he looked at his EXP bar. It was standing at 73 out of 500. Yep, the wilds are the best place to gain EXP, but I don't think another chance to get free kills will come by easily with these guys keeping me safe. Thompson glanced at the mini crossbow Roy held. "That's Gabriel, isn't it? It's an automatic crossbow that can be handled with one hand. It's a fitting weapon for you, so keep it close and don't lose it. Don't show it off to the soldiers either," he reminded Roy. Roy nodded. "Guys, how's it going?" Fletcher interjected. His left forearm was injured and the worry on his face intensified. "Can we still go on? Brandon might be in danger." "Of course we're going on." Seeger wiped the blood from his sword with his sleeve before sheathing it. "Victory is just ahead, men. Meli Itele will punish us if we give up on the child." Everyone stood up and continued moving toward the cemetery. The remaining journey was peaceful, and the team didn't encounter any further danger. "Come out, Brandon. I'm here." Fletcher shouted toward the cemetery when they were still a distance away. Everyone started getting worried. They prayed to the gods that Brandon would reply. "Something's wrong," Roy blurted out when they'd gotten past the stony cemetery walls. Something told him they'd come across a crisis the same level as the wolf pack encounter. His perception proved to be a great help after he'd surpassed the limits of the average human. The cemetery was quiet. Too quiet. Beyond the rusted fence, was the cemetery grounds, where hundreds of villagers lay to rest. Ivory tombstones filled the land, and they gleamed coldly under the icy moonlight. An eerie atmosphere crept up on the team, making them shiver. A small cabin stood in the center of the cemetery. It was the abode of the gravekeeper, Granbell, PR/N. Excuse me, but is a cemetery supposed to be anything but quiet? Something's off. Quiet, Fletcher. Thompson raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and they lowered their voices to a whisper. Even if Brandon's not in there, Granbell should have heard your shout. So why'd he keep quiet? No, Brandon must be in that cabin. Granbell must have taken him in, and they're just asleep. Yes, that's right. I need to go in. Roy gasped, gathering everyone's attention. Wait, what is that? When they looked in the direction he was pointing at, everyone saw a strange hole on the outer side of the cemetery. It's a new grave. Someone was buried there last month. If memory serves me right, that's where Chris is buried. When they went up to the grave, they noticed the tombstone lying haphazardly on the ground, and the grave was already empty. Where'd the corpse go? And who or what did this? Roy looked around and noticed that wasn't the only empty grave. A few other holes were just nearby, and they were obviously empty. Which bastard did this? They desecrated the dead and stole their belongings, Seeger mumbled, a frown creasing his forehead. What's the gravekeeper doing? Roy shook his head. The solemn, foreboding look on Jack's face didn't escape him, and the old captain slowly backed away. Something tells me no human did this. A chilling sensation enveloped Roy. Chapter 9. The light from the torches shone through the dark cemetery, illuminating the area around them. When the team went to investigate the desecrated graves, they saw that most of them were occupied by the skeletal remains of dead villagers. Only a few lay empty. The empty graves are the new ones. As Roy assessed their situation, he remembered the tales that spoke of bloodthirsty, evil monsters, ghouls. If ghouls were lurking in the cemetery, it would prove to be a problem to even witchers, and a precarious situation for normal villagers like them. This is a treacherous area. Everyone, let's leave. Roy tried to warn everyone, but the eerie sound of a whip cracking against air reached them. 2 short moments later, Fletcher grunted. As if he was a fish that was hooked, his limbs straightened, convulsed, and was pulled by something. Then he stumbled forward. Everyone shone their torches where Fletcher was attacked, and they saw an elongated, skin-colored tentacle glistening in the air, boring a hole in Fletcher's shoulder like an arrow. It almost tore through Fletcher's wound. Seeger reacted first. He swung his sword up in an attempt to slice the tentacle, but it whipped back into the darkness where the light from the torches couldn't reach it. What the hell was that? Everyone hastened to form a circle, keeping Fletcher in the middle. He was sweating profusely, but he gritted his teeth, not even wincing at the pain. He tried to stop the bleeding by pressing down on the wound, but the crimson fluid didn't stop gushing out. Everything started spinning around him, and he could feel the life flowing out of him. He could see death waiting for him on the other side. I'm done for. Run. Leave me," Fletcher said weakly. He pushed everyone away and dashed into the night. Jack looked around them, and murderous intent welled up within his good eye. But it was not the time for revenge. We have to get away for now. Revenge can come later. That monster ain't getting away with this easily. He made a run for the cemetery's exit, and everyone followed. Seeger dragged the stupefied Roy along. It took a while for him to snap out of it, but he was still shivering from the mysterious encounter. That was no ghoul. What was that creature? When he looked back, Roy could vaguely make out a hunched, humanoid form. It wasn't sleek, no. In fact, it was bloated, heavy, and its belly resembled a pregnant woman's. The creature looked like an old woman, but it sprinted faster than a cheetah. The creature pursued the team with tremendous speed, leaving afterimages wherever it went. It ran like the wind, and wherever it was, the creature would let out a shrill scream. It wasn't going to kill the team just yet. The creature was enjoying the chase. It wanted to play with its prey first. It collects bodies, looks like a hunched old lady, uses its tongue as a weapon, and lives in cemeteries. As he connected the dots, Roy started to get a picture of the creature that was chasing them. When Jack noticed Roy spacing out, he slapped him. "Stop spacing out, Roy. Run, and don't think about anything else. Just run for it." Roy snapped out of it, and he mustered all his strength to escape the cemetery. When they were inches away from the exit, the ghastly creature dropped from the sky, and gusts of gale swept past them as it fell. As the dust settled, the team saw what was stopping them. The creature was hideous, its face filled with lumps and moss. Its skin was blackish green, and they could smell the stench of rotting bodies coming from it. It almost made them gag. The creature was covered in scales that gleamed menacingly under the moon. The claws on its limbs were as long as scythes, and they were caked in flesh, blood, and mud from its prey. The creature was more gruesome than the witches of old, the disfigured, vengeful women, and even the monsters that haunted their nightmares. It extended its gnarly arms at them, intending to slice their throats open with its claws. The creature gave them a toothy grin, but its teeth were black and misshapen. It loomed over them like a mountain, dashing any hope of escape. "We're doomed." Despair welled up within them, but they wouldn't go down without a fight. Jack, Seeger, and Thompson held their swords with both hands, while Roy whipped out his crossbow. He gritted his teeth and loaded the bow with a bloody bolt. It was then that someone darted out from the darkness and rammed into the creature. The ambush caught it unaware, and it toppled, giving them a chance to escape. It was Fletcher. He looked bloodied and crazed, and he struggled to pin down the creature's maw, giving his comrades the opportunity to flee. "Go, find a witcher and avenge me. Avenge Brandon." His eyes bulged and crimson tears streamed down his face. Fletcher knew his son had met his fate, and he gave up on living. There was no point in surviving when his only family was dead. The moment he said so, the creature escaped his grip and sent him flying with a kick. Fletcher fell with a thud, his condition unknown. The creature, still angered by Fletcher's ambush, pounced on him, ignoring Roy and everyone else. Its claws were outstretched, and the flesh on them flew everywhere as the creature tried to tear Fletcher apart. "You ain't going to be the only hero here, old-timer. I ain't no coward." Seeger raised his sword, and firm resolve showed on his red face. "Get Roy out of here, Boss Thompson. I am a man from Scaly J. We are no cowards who run from battles." Before they could stop him, Seeger charged back into the cemetery and stabbed the creature's back with his blade. Roy was trying to aim at the creature, but Jack and Thompson dragged him by the arms. "Let's leave, child. Don't let their deaths be in vain." Roy stopped struggling and put down his crossbow in despondence. He could feel the tears welling up in his eyes, but he didn't stop running. A short while later, Jack, and Thompson left the cemetery. They ran as fast as their legs could take them, and they didn't even look back. They could feel their bodies giving up, but they went on by sheer will and adrenaline. Finally, they caught sight of the lights from Kaer right in front of them. The safety of the light made Roy relax, and lethargy overwhelmed him in an instant. Everything started spinning around him. His legs started giving out, and Roy blacked out. "Roy!" Jack quickly held him up. Roy's face was red, and his eyes were firmly shut. Jack touched his forehead, and it was scalding. He ran around in the wilds in this weather, late at night, without any rest. It must have taken a toll on him, but he pressed on anyway. "Course, there's the wolves and that damned monster. No wonder he fainted." Jack could understand Roy's circumstances. He's still a child after all. Thompson sighed and piggybacked Roy back to the village. The white-haired village chief came out with a few villagers to welcome them. When he saw them looking filthy and washed out, he knew what had happened. His face fell, but he had to ask, "Where's Fletcher and Seeger?" They won't be coming back. Jack massaged his temples. His expression told of agony but also fear. You're right, Chief. It's dangerous to go into the wilds at night. A horrifying creature attacked us when we went to search for Brandon in the cemetery. You must warn everyone to stay away from that place. Jack paced back and forth. No human can go against that damn monster, he cursed. We need a witcher. We'll get someone to post a notification in the city tomorrow. The villagers who heard Jack nodded. Can't risk that monster attacking us. It had been a tense night. The village chief went to everyone's house and woke them up to warn them about the monster. Kaer's peace was broken by the sudden news of the danger in the cemetery, and everyone was worried. On the other hand, Roy was sent back home, but his fever wouldn't come down and he fell into a coma. Chapter 10. Roy stayed in a groggy state for 2 days. His fever went down on the 3rd, and he woke up. Moore and Susie heaved a sigh of relief. Meli Itele knew how worried they were over the last few nights, especially after they saw one-eyed Jack and Thompson injured and bloodied. They thought they'd lose Roy again. Susie sat on the haystack and held his hand, her chubby face filled with love. Thompson told us what happened in the cemetery. You did your best, my son. Don't dwell too much on the matter, and don't even think you can fight that monster. Just rest up. We'd be devastated if we lost you. Guilt welled up within Roy as he looked at his parents, who were concerned about him. They weren't getting any younger, but Roy remembered them taking turns tending to him when he was still feverish. They'd feed him softened food, keeping him healthy. He knew they must have been deprived of sleep for a few days. Roy knew his parents were worried for him, but he had no choice. The Northern War was still a few years away, but there was already a monster lurking in the cemetery, threatening the village's peace. Damn it, this is bad. The disasters and dangers of the world wouldn't wait for him to grow. He had to strike out on his own if he wanted a chance to survive. Roy didn't want to go through the helplessness he felt when he faced the monster again. What did the chief say, Dad? He went to ask the ruler for help 2 days ago. Moore sounded uncertain. They knew the ruler of Lower Posada was no kind person. He wouldn't care about a death or two in a rural village like Kaer. It was normal for people to die. The only time he showed any enthusiasm was during the tax season, where he'd send his soldiers to make sure everyone paid their dues. But if any monsters were to show up, they'd be the first to run. The most he would do was send someone to ask about the situation and forget about it. The people that went with him posted a notice on the city's bulletin board. A witcher might take the job in a month or 2. They'll come eventually. Don't worry. Roy sighed, still feeling uneasy. He was stiff from lying on the bed for 2 days, and he wanted to walk around the village, maybe even visit Jack in his inn. However, Susie and Moore insisted that he lay back down, and Roy only managed to get out at noon. When he came out, Kaer felt different. There was barely anyone in the streets, and those who were going around were in a hurry, worry hanging on their faces. The villagers who mingled and chatted were nowhere to be seen, and the fields outside looked forlorn, for nobody toiled them. Most of the villagers were hiding in their homes, only taking a nervous peep outside once in a while. Everyone was worried that the monster in the cemetery would come to the village, so they stopped working for the time being. As Roy went around the village, he heard the cries of babies and the sound of people arguing in the rickety houses. An eerie chill ran up his spine as he felt fear and tension hang low in the air. The abandoned, cobwebbed bulletin board in the village center was cleaned, and a notice for a job hung there. Roy couldn't read it, for he was illiterate. When he came to the inn, Jack was sitting before the bar counter, alone and spaced out. A clean, white bandage covered the wounds on his waist, and the strong scent of herbs filled the air. His face was gaunt, his eyes bloodshot and sunken, and he looked harried. Losing in an instant the good friend he'd known for decades took its toll on him. He aged 10 years overnight, and his hair grayed further. The proud gleam in his good eye was gone, replaced by a deep, dark void. "You're here, child, feeling better?" "Yes." Roy sat beside him, much better. Then he trailed off. He didn't know what he should say, for they deserted their friends that night. "Here, have a drink." Agony flashed in his eyes, and he poured 2 glasses of wine. The strong scent of alcohol assailed Roy's nose, and he knew it wasn't the sweet fruit wine he usually had. "My drinking buddy's gone. Ain't nobody gonna guzzle that dwarven liquor and play Gwent matches with me anymore." To Seeger, Roy was shaken, and he gulped all the liquor down. He almost choked on it, but he endured the alcohol. It numbed his pain and sadness, but it also lit a fire within him, and he came to a decision. One more, this time for Fletcher. Roy took a deep breath and paused. "And that snotty brat." Jack didn't stop Roy until he got red from the alcohol, and they spoke about the recent happenings. The chief had sent someone to the military camp in Lower Posada City to ask for help. But unsurprisingly, the request was rejected. Roy had expected that. The military wouldn't get involved unless a large-scale monster attack or bandit invasion broke out. Susie and Moore had also kept something else from him a secret. 4 Kaer villagers had died. Aside from Fletcher, Brandon, and Seeger, another villager went missing over the last 2 days. The young man, in all his naivety, went to the cemetery alone in the evening and never returned. He must have encountered that monster, and most people would only get slaughtered by it. Roy wanted to say something, but after seeing how much of a wreck Jack was, he swallowed his words and left the inn. He used to be a game addict, and he knew what that creature in the cemetery was. It was trapped in their dimension by the conjunction of the spheres. In fact, he knew of all the monsters that had been trapped in their dimension by that event. After recalling the incident that occurred, Roy was fairly certain that the monster lurking in the cemetery was a grave hag. It was a monster who would suck the marrow from its prey with its unbelievably long tongue. If they devoured all the available corpses, some of the more aggressive ones would begin hunting in human territory. They would capture humans and bury them alive, only consuming them when the bodies had rotted. That was besides the point. The point was, Roy knew the grave hag's weakness. Grave hags usually built their nests near cemeteries, and the one in the eastern cemetery took over Granbel's cabin. Their weakness was the sun, making them feeble during the day. But even if he told that to the villagers, they would most likely not buy it. Even if they did, it was impossible for him to explain how he knew the monster's weakness. If he couldn't cobble up a team of 10 or more, fighting a weakened grave hag would still be a losing battle. Seeger and Fletcher had no family in the village who could inherit their belongings. Susie didn't count, for she was thrice removed. Their belongings were in the chief's custody. Once their deaths were confirmed, Roy knew part of it would be taken by the chief, part by the soldiers for the ruler, and part for the reward for the witcher. 100 crowns for the job, The money and precious belongings were taken away by the chief, but they still had some other items in their houses. Roy snuck into Seeger's house and looted it. There were 50 bolts, a steel sword that was mostly new, a torch, oil, and a few coils of sturdy rope. Roy kept it all in his inventory, and when he went to Fletcher's place, Roy took dozens of pounds of meat and put it in his inventory too. Everything was kept fresh there, and the food would never rot. Much to his delight, he even managed to find a small bag of yellow powder in a cabinet. Fletcher used the powder as an anesthetic. A nail's amount would paralyze a 200-pound creature in a few minutes after it was fed the powder with water. It was also the key to his plan. His inventory space was filled after putting those items in. Finally, Roy took the short blade Fletcher used over the years to butcher countless animals. It was as long as Roy's forearm, and it was curved at the end. The edge was ivory, but the blade and spine was blackish-brown. It was the dried blood of the animals he'd butchered over the years. No matter how anyone cleaned it, the blood couldn't be washed away. Uncle Fletcher, Seeger and snotty brat, if I have the chance, I swear, I will cut that bastard's head off with this blade, Roy promised silently. I will avenge all of you. The battle with the wolf pack and grave hag changed Roy. His brush with death made him realize that he was no longer in the safe world he used to be in. Any attempt at peace by running away from the danger would only cause untold misery. After Fletcher's death, Roy lost his stable EXP income, and he decided to go with the faster, riskier way to gain it. ****, the cemetery was located east of the village. The grave hag should have been consuming the corpses of the 4 dead villagers for some time, and not have recently left the cemetery to hunt, Roy thought. However, Roy wanted to be careful. Instead of hunting east, he decided to hunt west, in the forest not far from the village. He staked out in the daytime to observe his surroundings. He then picked a tree and prepared for his hunt. When Susie and Moore were sound asleep at night, Roy tiptoed out of his home. After the night patrol had gone to the other side of the village, he snuck out and went to the tree he saw during the day. Roy hung raw meat smeared with anesthetics on a branch. He made it bloody and made sure the scent would go for miles. Also, his prey could get attracted easily. When he was done, Roy scampered up the tree and lit the torch embedded in the branches. He took Gabriel out, loaded it, closed his eyes, and waited in silence. Roy kept taking deep breaths throughout his watch. He was worried he might attract a horror of the night, but he was also worried it might end up being a wild goose chase. Even so, he had to go on. He couldn't go back after coming so far. As the moon crept above the forest, its silvery light shone upon a young, resolved face. Roy pursed his lips and slowed his breathing. After another hour of nervous wait, he heard the barks of dogs from afar, and he knew his plan had worked. A group of starving, rabid dogs darted out from the bushes and fought for the meat tied on the branch. Their drool spewed everywhere, tainting the ground with their bloodied saliva as they clawed at one another for more meat. 2 of the dogs even started tearing into each other for it. When they finished everything, they bared their bloody fangs at Roy, who was on the tree, and barked furiously. Roy was annoyed by the beasts. He thought they might have had rabies, though he wasn't afraid of them. They couldn't climb the tree anyway. "Come and bite me if you can, curs," he mocked, looking down from the branch he was on. At the same time, he pulled the crossbow's trigger and shot at the beasts. Roy even put some of the anesthetic on the bolts to make sure he made the kill. Shooting under those conditions was exactly like a few days earlier, when he was protected by the villagers. Roy had the high ground, and after the battles from that night, he'd grown as a combatant, and he didn't tremble as he held the crossbow. His accuracy increased, and he killed 2 of the dogs with 3 bolts. When the remaining dogs realized something was wrong, they wanted to escape, but the anesthetic had already started taking effect. Before they could make 10 feet, the beasts had already fallen. Roy didn't climb down to claim his kill. Instead, he stayed on the tree and made his shots until 3 messages about EXP gain showed up on his character sheet. That meant the dogs were dead. Level 1, 123 out of 500. 50 exp, so dogs provide the same EXP as wolves. Well, this is quicker than being a butcher's apprentice. 8 more times like this, and I'll have leveled up. As Roy looked at the bodies covered in bolts, a feeling of depression weighed down on him. Alas, no pain, no gain. At least his actions weren't for nothing. He rested for a while on the tree. After confirming the coast was clear, Roy came down to retrieve his bolts and tools before dragging the carcasses of the dogs onto the hard ground beside him. He piled them up, smeared them in oil, burned them, and went back to the village. His operation went without a hitch. The beasts surprised him, but it was nothing to be worried about. Roy even had time to wipe the stench of blood off him. Over the next few weeks, Roy hunted every night. He'd have beasts coming for his bait once every 3 days during the first 2 weeks. He saw different animals coming for the meat. Dogs, wolves, foxes, boars, and even bears. The bears towered over all the beasts Roy had ever seen. It came for the food and went back into the murky forest quickly. And Roy didn't give chase. Each of those beasts provided 10 EXP at most. After using up the meat in his inventory space, he carved some out of his prey. Thanks to him being the butcher's apprentice, cutting meat came easily. His hunt went smoothly in the beginning, but eventually he ran into trouble. Even though he would change hunting spots every time he set a trap, the beast started to stay away from his bait after half a month. Roy had even scoured the entire forest from north to south. After 2 weeks, the frequency went down from once in 3 days to once in 5. Apparently, the beasts had their guards up. His EXP gaining speed saw a decline, but eventually, Roy filled his EXP bar a month later, after he shot one final dog dead. Chapter 11. Roy woke up on a haystack one morning. After one long month of endless hunting, he finally saw the plus sign on the right side of his EXP bar. Level 1. 503 out of 500. He finally managed to gain 500 EXP, and he had a pair of heavy dark circles under his eyes. Though he didn't manage to gain any ranged weapon skills, he was happy about the level up. Aside from that, his weaker stats saw an increase too. Strength grew from 2 to 4, 3, Constitution from 1 to 2, and Will from 5 to 6. Obviously, the growth rate had declined compared to last month. Dexterity, charisma, spirit, and perception showed no growth, and he realized that any stat exceeding 5 points wouldn't show any increase unless he had special training or conditions. Massacre was still level 2. Killing more than 40 animals wasn't enough to level it up. As Roy concentrated on his EXP bar and willed himself to level up, the EXP bar changed and a message appeared. Level 2. 3 out of 1,000. You gain 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. He added the attribute point into perception. After experiencing that magical feeling of control once more, Roy's perception turned from 6 to 7. It was the highest amongst his stats, and another message showed up on the character sheet. You have unlocked a new function, unnamed level 1. Your perception has gone beyond the limits of an average human, evolving into a 6th sense. You may gain your target's basic information through a special observation method. The higher the target's perception, the stronger it will suppress your skill, and the less information you will get from them. Level 1 increases your perception by 1 when you observe your targets. Roy paused for a moment. I can get a skill when I level up my stat to a certain point. Never expected that. The new skill came as a surprise for him. It was a tactical one. If he could observe his enemies in silence and get their basic information as well as their skills before a fight, Roy could come up with some strategies to take out his enemies efficiently. The higher his perception, the further his range. He could, theoretically, stay in the dark a few miles away and know everything about his enemies before they fought. The possibility of that happening excited him, and he thought about how he could pick out his enemies' weak points from 1,000 feet away and shoot them from that range. Damn, if that happens. Roy willed a name change and called his new skill Observe. He wouldn't spend his skill point for the time being. Roy wanted to test his new skill before deciding to invest it in level 2 Massacre or level 1 Observe. Thompson and Jack were good practice targets for his skill. Roy told his parents where he would be going, and he left merrily. Not long after going out, he noticed the streets looking lively, a stark contrast to the air of despair the village had earlier. Dozens of villagers surrounded the bulletin board in the city center, and they buzzed with excitement. It was as if the terror brought by the grave hag had never existed. Roy was curious about their delight, and he went to the square. The Witchers are here. We're saved. 3 travelers stood amongst the crowd, and Roy noticed they were different, for their features and attire were outstanding. The man on the left side of the bulletin board had a red headband on his forehead. He had a cool expression, and his features were defined and sculpted. The man on his right covered half his face under a gray hood, the laugh lines on his cheeks running deep, and a faint smile danced on his lips. He looked slightly similar to the man with the red tie, and Roy thought they must have been related. Both men stood at 6 feet tall. PR/N. 6 feet is around 183 meters. The third man was bald, his head gleaming under the sun. He had an aquiline nose, a pair of sunken eyes, and a stern expression. He was a towering giant whose muscles were as hard as rocks. He stood over 6 feet 4, and his arms were crossed. The bald man loomed over everyone, suffocating those around him by just standing there. PR/N. 6 feet 4 is around 193 meters. The trio wore black armor decorated with crisscrossing claw marks and dried blood. A satchel the size of a fist was tied to their belts, and Roy saw vials hanging on the potion belt that was thrown over their shoulders. A pair of crossing short swords were strapped to their breastplates, and a few finger-length daggers hung from their leg armor. Peculiar necklaces dangled in front of the Witcher's chest. It was in the shape of a viper rearing its head back, forming a mysterious, complex sign. Their swords measured 4 feet 4 long and slept in a black sheath. Arguably, the most peculiar thing about the trio were their eyes. They were amber in color, just like the eyes of cats. They looked bizarre and terrifying. PR/N. 4 feet 4 is around 132 meters. Roy stared at the bald man who was leading the trio. He thought he looked familiar, and something swirled within Roy's eyes. A moment later, a translucent information page appeared out of thin air above the bald man's head. Letho gender, male age, 80 status, Witcher, Viper school, underwent 3 mutations when he was a child, endured the trial of the grasses, possesses extraordinary speed, strength, reflexes, coordination, life force, and regenerative abilities. Has received professional training in swordsmanship, alchemy, and has knowledge of the bestiary. Possesses a formidable immune system, is immune to most plagues and diseases, can resist most lethal poisons, mastered the Witcher signs, pseudo spells, possesses a long life but is sterile, HP, unable to retrieve information, requires higher perception, mana, strength, dexterity, constitution, perception 19, will 10, charisma 6, spirit 10, skill, alchemy level, unable to retrieve skill level, requires higher perception, crafting skill, allows the user to create oils, potions, poisons, and bombs, Witcher senses level. After the trial of the grasses, a Witcher's senses will undergo a mutation that will strengthen them. Their 5 senses are linked to their instincts, allowing them to see scents and voices. It also lets them discover tracks or clues that are usually impossible to see. Meditation level. Training for the body and soul. Meditating calms the Witcher's body and mind, hastening the regeneration of their body, mana, and stamina, improves coordination over time, and raises affinity with chaos energy. Viper School dual wielding level. A skill created by a Viper School Witcher through a century of development, allows the Witcher to dual wield daggers during combat against monsters. A secret skill not taught in other schools. Witcher signs level. After their mutations, Witchers that had no affinity with chaos energy would awaken their ability to cast simple pseudo-spells. Signs are the core abilities of Witchers. No incantation or materials needed. A mere hand gesture is enough to expand their mana and activate the signs. There are 5 signs. Unknown Quinn creates a protective shield that blocks any attack. Ard casts a telekinetic force that knocks enemies back and destroys obstacles. Igni casts a stream of fire from the palm that expands into a cone. Eoden summons a magical trap that lowers the speed and reflex of anyone, aside from the user, that enters, effective against phantom-type, incorporeal creatures. Axii hypnotizes and controls the target, forcing it to do as the user wishes. The strength of signs depends on the spirit stat and skill level. By the gods, Roy was shocked after reading through Letho's information. So this is a Witcher. Their skills and stats are way over the top, and he's an 80-year-old man. Are you kidding me? Letho was already 80 years old, but he looked not a day over 35. The body under that armor was strong, taut, and full of vigor. Roy could practically smell his life force from where he stood. It had a tang of blood in it. Most of Letho's stats and skills couldn't be seen because Roy's perception wasn't high enough. If Roy didn't know better, he'd have said Letho was a beast in human skin. So the Witchers are as strong as they say. Saw them a lot in the game, but meeting them in real life is a shock to me. Letho and his companions are from the Viper School. It was then that Roy remembered where he'd seen Letho. He realized that the trio before him would assassinate the kings of Edern, Tamaria, and Cadwen in a few years. Everyone knew of them as the assassins from the Viper School, the Kingslayers. Why'd they come up to the north instead of staying in Nilfgaard, where their base is located? Letho's eyes were calm, but also dark. They swept over everyone before announcing, "I am Letho, a Witcher from the Viper School." His voice was clear, deep, and appealing. "They are my companions, Seret and Aux. We'll be taking this job, but we'll need more information to decide on our pay." The wizened chief heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Letho's announcement. "At least you're not from the cat school. Viper School is good enough." The village chief looked reassured, as if he'd had bad encounters with the Witchers from the cat school before. As the chief was about to say something, a scraggy boy pushed through the throng and went up to the Witchers. "I saw that monster. I can tell you all about it." The boy who spoke up was Roy. The Witchers went to all captains in with him and asked for some ale before they listened to the testimonies of the survivors, who were Roy, Jack, and Thompson. They described the horrifying events in detail. "It's a grave hag," Letho said, arriving at the conclusion without hesitating. "That's worth at least 100 crowns. Roy, is it? Tell the chief to prepare the bounty. We'll attack at high noon when the sun's the strongest. If it goes without a hitch." He pointed at the grandfather clock in the corner with his pudgy finger. "We'll return with the trophy before 3. Letho's expression didn't change throughout the explanation, as if the killing of the monster was a trivial matter. But Roy knew that might not be what Letho was feeling. Some Witchers would end up with a perpetual poker face after the trial of the grasses. They could never show any expression, but they would still be as emotional and sensitive as anyone else. I mean, Geralt always has a poker face too, but he can be passionate, like C-137 Rick, perhaps annoyed by the fact Roy was staring at them for a long time. The grumpy Seret snapped at him. "Have you never seen a Witcher, boy? Why are you looking at us that way? Do you think we're scums? Or horrors from hell? Oh no. On the contrary, I think Witchers can be trusted with our lives." Roy looked into Seret's amber eyes sincerely, bearing his affection for Witchers in the open. He spent many hours playing as a Witcher, and it was an unforgettable experience. Roy even dived into the lore of the Witcher series, so he could know more about the game and its story. He knew the Witchers like the back of his hand. Fate was cruel on them. Most of them were taken in because wars made them orphans. Left with nowhere to go, the schools adopted them. Some, though, were given away by their parents as compensation for Witchers that died during missions. Fun was non-existent after they started living in the Witcher schools. They were isolated from the world, and all their time was occupied by treacherous training that could drive anyone insane. If they wanted to explore the world, they would have to pass the trial of the grasses. But the death rate was impossibly high. They took requests from ordinary humans and risked their lives killing monsters. Also, they could make a living off the bounties they received. But they were ostracized by everyone because of their bizarre looks and extraordinary battle prowess. Everyone thought they were uncaring, evil, heralds of hell. But only cat school witchers and specific individuals would kill the innocent. Most witchers were reputable, upright people, but they were spared no warmth by the humans. Witchers could only find solace amongst themselves. After they picked themselves up, it was another day of fighting monsters. A witcher's life was filled with battles, and there they would meet their end. None died peacefully. The witchers were legendary but also cursed by fate. Roy said from his heart, "Witchers have saved innocent lives from monsters. You guys are better than those soldiers who take our money, but do nothing." Huh? Sarah, as if hearing something funny, smiled stiffly, but it didn't hide the mockery in his eyes. "Been a while since I heard someone praise us like that. Don't waste our time, kid. Tell us what you really want." Roy put on a serious look. "I want to go with you on the mission at noon." Sarah stood up. "Impossible," he said, refusing. "We're hunting a monster here, not a harmless animal. We don't have time to keep an eye on you." "Listen to me, please." Roy mustered his sincerity. "My friend and teacher who taught me my trade were killed by that bastard. I want to kill it with my own hands, and I see it even in my dreams. You can understand how I feel, can't you?" Sarah and his companions looked at each other. "No, child, you're wrong. Witchers don't have feelings." Sarah was still refusing him. Jack, who had been quiet for a while, interjected. "Witchers, Roy may be young, but he has a steady hand, and he works well with the crossbow. Take him to the cemetery with you. He can watch from afar and shoot bolts whenever he has the chance. There'd be no danger to it. If you think he's still more trouble than he's worth, I'll add 50 crowns on top of the reward the chief promised." Roy gawked at Jack, surprised he was helping instead of stopping him. And 50 crowns wasn't a small sum. He took the chance and guaranteed, "I won't be a bother, I promise. I can stay back and wait for your command to shoot. You're just a young human boy. Why would you want to face that monster? What's your reason?" Letho, the bald witcher, bored his eyes into Roy, and the boy felt like he was being seen through. The amber twinkle from Letho's eyes made his heart skip nervously. After a short while of silence, he said, "Fine. We agree to your request, but only because you're adding 50 crowns on top of the bounty." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 12. Letho had seen everything throughout his years of being a witcher. But not once had he seen a child as peculiar as Roy. Not only was Roy unafraid of witchers, but he also didn't avoid them like the plague, unlike everyone else. Letho wasn't kidding. Many children would cry in fear after seeing a witcher's peculiar looks. Roy, however, had no such fear or disgust. He had a weird look in his eyes. Letho thought it resembled affection or even admiration. "I'm getting old. Sentimentality isn't like me." Letho fell into a trance, but he kept his poker face. Letho hearkened back to the days of his younger self. He'd still been a young boy when someone had come to his hometown of Gullet and brought him to Gorther Gvid, the Viper School's stronghold in Tur Tacher. Back then, Letho hadn't gone through the trial of the grasses yet. He'd look at his mentor Ivar Evil Eye, the founder of Viper School, as he stood on the lectern and taught the Viper School disciples the knowledge of witchers and his life experience. He used to have the same look of admiration in his eyes that Roy did, but time showed him no mercy. A few decades ago, Ivar Evil Eye went missing when he was hunting down a garcane. At the same time, cat school witchers had been massacring humans on a whim, and it had garnered bad press from the people. Bereaved by the loss of their founder and the hatred from the people, Viper School went into a decline, and fewer people came to Gorther GV'd. The only witchers of the Viper School left were him, Seret, Aux, and two others whose trails were unknown. Over the last 20 years, none of the disciples managed to pass the trial of the grasses. We have to revive the Viper School, kill our nemesis, and find Ivar Evil Eye. Those were Letho's wishes, and the reason for their activity in the northern realms. When he came back to the present, he gave Roy a gentle look. Asterisk, 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 it had been a sunny day, praise Meli Tele. The trio made meticulous preparations before they went for the hunt. After all, no human could master their skills even if they'd wanted to, and they didn't keep that a secret from Roy. They took out a vial of amber goo from the satchels they kept on their belts and poured it on the short swords taken from their breastplates. The witchers spread it evenly and slowly, but their movements were still enthusing. After their short swords had been coated in amber, they checked and double-checked the potions on their potion belts, the amount they had left, and how much they could afford to use. Then they tied colorful alchemy bombs where they could easily reach it. It was already noon when everything was done. After the witchers had departed the village, Roy snuck out at the promised hour behind his parents' back. At the same time, a few curious villagers came along. Half an hour later, Roy finally made it to the cemetery after a long sprint. He was huffing and puffing as he held his stomach, and he bent over and retched. The witchers looked at the cemetery not far away from them, and they heightened their sight to observe their surroundings. "Stay here, Roy. We'll call you once we defeat the hag. Please let me kill that bastard myself, witchers." Letho didn't answer. He, Aux, and Seret took out a vial filled with a brown potion and gulped it down. The moment they did, the blood vessels on their faces turned black and squirmed. Their faces were contorted, and the murder in their eyes was almost palpable. Roy shivered, but not from the cold. Letho started moving, and in spite of his size, the man's actions were as fluid and as quiet as a cat as he bent down and darted into the cemetery. Letho started moving, but contrary to his size, he bent down and darted into the cemetery, fluid and quiet as a cat. Not a soul stirred, and not a leaf rustled. Seret and Aux went to the rear and followed Letho. The cemetery was laid bare for all to see under the sunlight. It looked tranquil, quiet, and even holy, as rays of light sprinkled upon the tombstones. But beside the skeletal remains of the dead, all the witchers could see when they looked closer were two dried corpses that had turned grayish-brown. From its structure, they deduced that the body had belonged to a tall, sturdy male adult, but it was rotten beyond recognition. The witchers couldn't discern who he was. The wounds on the body told of a great struggle before the victim met his fate. Bones were fractured in multiple places, and there were holes on every joint, apparently bored through by a sharp object. After the analysis, Letho closed his eyes quietly, and his nose wrinkled as he searched for clues. Not even the rotten stench from the corpses could stop him from finding the monster's tracks. A short while later, he set his eyes on the cabin in the cemetery's center. Letho took out a transparent headspace vial and continued his search around the locked cabin. Grave hags fear the sun. They would cover up any places that would let the light into their nests. No sunlight should pierce through their hideout, but this cabin was prepared for the gravekeeper. There must be an entrance somewhere. Letho found the window a few moments later, but the grave hag had covered it with mud. "It's not rock. This will work." Letho threw his knife and easily made an opening before chucking his alchemy bomb into the hole. The smashing of the glass window was heard, and Letho darted back without hesitating. He leaped onto the roof, not unlike a cat. He then signaled to his teammates, and Aux and Seret, who were already waiting, dashed to the cabin's front door, waiting to flank the creature once it came out. Seret made two triangles with his left hand that resembled an hourglass in the air and pushed it forward. A faint, white light shot up into the air, and a 10-foot radius magical circle appeared on the ground, flashing softly. Ox made a sign in the shape of an upright triangle with his right hand, but he didn't push it out yet. He was waiting for the opening. A moment later, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, and the misshapen, lumpy creature shot out into the open. The moment it took its first step, it slammed into an invisible wall. It trembled for a moment and fell face first. That was the opening Ox was waiting for. He pushed the Igni sign forward, and a stream of fire erupted from his palm, expanding out into a cone, and the flames licked the fallen monster. Before it came out, the grave hag had already been splattered with oil by the bomb Letho tossed into the cabin. Igni's fire quickly traveled along its body, turning the monster into a writhing torch. Tortured by the pain of the fire, the grave hag let out a shrill scream. It raised its gnarly arms, and with its body, tried to break the magical barrier Ox had erected. It was then that someone leaped down from the roof and stood before the grave hag. What awaited the monster was a barrage of slashes. The short sword cut through the creature without mercy, drawing arcs across its body 10 times in a moment. The weapon glinted cruelly as it circled it, slowly whittling its life down with every cut. Roy was watching from afar, and no matter how he did it, he still couldn't see the Witcher's movement clearly. It was far too swift for him. Letho was the only one attacking the grave hag, but Roy saw 3 afterimages around it. A few grueling moments later, the grave hag fell down helplessly. Most of its body was burnt and cut by the blades. After, its limbs broke off from its body, as if realizing they had been cut off 1 second too late. What was left was a limbless creature, squirming and hanging on to life by a thread. Ox went up to it and pressed down on its back with his kneecap. He had a glove over his right hand, and he quickly yanked something from the grave hag's mouth. It was a long, thin, prickled tongue out, and ignoring the monster's ghastly wails, Ox cut it off and tossed it into a canister he'd prepared. Letho took out a blue cloth from his satchel and wiped the green blood off his short sword, his movements gentle and meticulous. The grave hag was severely injured, but Letho didn't suffer any wounds at all. He was as calm and collected as the moment Roy met him. Nay, he didn't even break a sweat. It was as if he wasn't the one doing battle with the monster. The battle had come to an end at that point. The Witcher with the red headband, Seret, called Roy to join them, and he came out of his hiding spot. This monster is still living, but barely. As per our agreement, the kill shall be yours. Seret looked at the crossbow Roy was holding. Will you be ending its misery with that? As Roy came closer to look at the limbless creature, he was at a loss for words. He had prepared a speech, but the visual impact made him forget about it. Even though he knew of the Witcher's strength, and was prepared to see them easily kill a monster, their skills still blew his mind. The whole battle only lasted 2 minutes. Before anyone could warm up for the show, the deed was already done. The monster that had killed Seeger, Fletcher, and Brandon so easily was now a mere sitting duck before the Kingslayers. Ironic. I should show some respect, though. This is vengeance, after all. Roy had hunkered down and unsheathed the short sword on his back. He'd found it in Fletcher's house. He stuck the edge on the grave hag's nape and looked at the pair of corpses in the cemetery. He put on a mirthless smile and shouted to the heavens, "You're avenged, Uncle Fletcher, Seeger, snotty brat." Roy made one final slash, separating the grave hag's head from its lifeless body, and the big, ugly thing rolled toward Letho. At the same time, a new message appeared on Roy's character sheet. You have killed a grave hag. EXP gained 100. 103 out of 1,000. This monster gives 10 times the EXP a beast would. Chapter 13. Letho took out a gleaming dagger and cut up the grave hag. His movements were as fluid as those of a butcher who had complete understanding of the anatomy of all livestock. Letho cut out its eyes, ears, and those mysterious lumps. He laid them out in a neat row on his blue cloth, then dug out a few twisted, misshapen pieces of meat and shook them. Lucky find. This hag's mutagen is ripe enough to make some potions. What are those, Witcher? Letho gave Roy silent praise after the boy asked him the question. He killed that grave hag in its death throes without even blinking, and he didn't even look away when we dismembered it. What an oddity. Anyone else would have vomited their stomachs out, including adults. Roy's bravery and courage piqued Letho's interest. This one has potential. Letho pointed at the parts he cut out, telling Roy their names and explaining their use to him patiently. Roy listened in silence, frowning occasionally as he mulled over what the Witcher told him. "Right, Roy. Do you have a family?" Letho asked, sounding nonchalant. "I'm living with my parents." Letho was disappointed to hear that, and he hastened the dismembering of the grave hag. The gas from Letho's bomb, which had been thrown into the cabin earlier, had dissipated after an hour, and they entered the late gravekeeper's abode. What was once a place humans could comfortably stay in was now an eerie, horrifying hellhole. Filthy mud covered the walls, roof, and floor of the place. Some of it even dripped off the ceiling like glue. The abode, once warm and well-lit, was now humid and dark. Here and there, canisters and bizarre containers lay haphazardly. The grave hag seemed to have been making something before it had met its grisly end. The bones of humans and small creatures hung on the mud-caked walls. After Roy saw what was hanging on the innermost wall, he rushed to it. Brandon. Nothing was left of the fat, snotty child who used to pester him about magic tricks, save for his rotten corpse. It was pierced by a black spear, making him a human flag. The eyes on his dried, sunken head were gouged out, leaving two gaping holes that stared back at Roy. His mouth was open in fear, and Roy could imagine the terror he'd felt when he was alive. Roy closed his eyes and took a deep breath before taking the corpse down carefully. He hugged it without any feeling of disgust, as if he couldn't smell the stench of mold and rotten meat. "I'm sorry. If I had been more patient and didn't say that to you." Then a big, warm hand patted his shoulder. "Be at peace. You have avenged them." The Witcher consoled him, which was a rare case. A short while later, Roy buried the corpses of Seeger, Fletcher, and Brandon. With the help of the Witchers, he managed to finish their tombstones. Here lies Seeger, the blacksmith of Kaer, the son of Scaly J. His courage was proven in battle. Died September 1260 in a valiant battle against a grave hag. The other grave had two names carved on them. Fletcher, butcher of Kaer, a loving father who chose to show but not tell it. Brandon, friend of the rooster slayer, future bard and magician. He shall shine as bright as a star in the kingdom of Meli-Tele. Died September 1260. Chapter 14. Roy agreed to Letho's invitation. Being a Witcher was not a bad choice for him, for he hadn't discovered any talent for being a mage. Everything went mostly according to plan. The only deviation was, instead of going to the familiar wolf school, Roy was going to the viper school, a school that was almost gone from history, and one that was known for its assassinations, poisons, and witchers who used short swords. But Roy couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Staying in this remote village would hamper his growth. The village would have to face the Nilfgaardian invasion in the near future, and they might have to fend off new monsters. There were too many untold dangers if he stayed there. Even if he trained for just 3 years with a veteran witcher like Letho, Roy could grow stronger by leaps and bounds, and he could learn about the trade of witchers. If he managed to pass the trial of the grasses, his strength would spike. So what if I become sterile? Roy had never thought about having kids, even in his old world, let alone this new one. Convincing his parents to move to Nohvigrad hadn't been a difficult task. They weren't even 40 years old, and they looked forward to the big city life. They had no attachment to the village, unlike the elderly, though they were still nervous. It was rare to have a witcher promise their mentorship, but Roy had a problem. His parents objected to him leaving their side. Roy wasn't even 14. Even though children in medieval society grew up faster, no 14-year-old would leave their parents. The teens relied on them for survival, and no parent would want their child to risk their lives training with witchers. Roy had to make up a lie. "Dad, Susie, I'm just a trainee, and I'm not going to get into any battles. Think of me as his assistant, like how I was when I worked for Uncle Fletcher." The job's different, though. Witchers have lousy money management skills, and they don't know how to spend the money from their bounty. Most of the time, they use up all the crowns they earn in a year in a few days. At least Roy wasn't lying about that part. Most witchers knew nothing about money management. Risking their lives for a living drilled the need for instant gratification into them. The moment they made money from requests, most would spend it on ale, brothels, or Gwent. Regular maintenance of their gear and the purchasing of alchemy materials cost many crowns, and most witchers lived request to request. Geralt of Rivia was one of them. Sometimes he even needed his friends to help him pay off some of his bills. "I'm just going to manage his accounts. Think of me as a banker in Vivaldi's bank, and we won't be separated for too long. I'll come to Nohvigrad to visit, I promise." "You're lying, Roy, my boy. Since you were a babe, you never even learned how to read. How are you supposed to know how to count?" Susie and Moore didn't believe Roy until he showed them some basic math formulas. Of course, that was thanks to Luo Yi. Everyone was dumbfounded at the calculations, including the witchers. Susie and Moore couldn't refuse their son anymore, so they bought into his lie, and they cried at the thought of separation. They spent a day packing all the valuables from their house, which only amounted to a few sets of clothes. They had to leave the land behind because it wasn't theirs to possess. And then off to Nohvigrad they went, with the witchers escorting them. Most of the villagers came out to watch the spectacle, but none of them bid a happy farewell. Most showed contempt and disgust. Traditions of old had entrenched themselves deep within the souls of the villagers. To them, witchers were nothing but tools used to destroy monsters. Aside from that, they saw them as filthy mutants and harbingers of disaster. Their prejudice against the witchers blinded them from seeing the reason Susie and Moore were following the witchers to Nohvigrad. After their decision to move had spread throughout the village, many villagers came to dissuade them. Susie and Moore did hesitate, but Roy managed to convince them. He was a better decision-maker than they were. And after what happened to Fletcher and Brandon, Roy was disappointed in the villagers. Before his departure, Roy's only friend, One-Eyed Jack, came to see him off, and he patted Roy's head. "Time flies. You used to be a shy little lad, but now you're one brave, persistent little brat. I knew you'd leave this shithole of a place sooner or later. Ah, the light in your eyes reminds me of my younger days. I can see them speaking of ambition and secrets untold." Really, Roy didn't think he was ambitious. He only wanted a bit of adventure. "You ain't coming back after this, are you? I would have gone with you, but this bag o' bones can't take any more hits. Oh right, since you avenged my dead drinking buddy, here's a farewell gift." One-Eyed Jack handed a 35-card Gwent deck to Roy reluctantly. "This is my prized possession, the Scaly J deck. No hero cards in here, but all the rare cards are present. Take it with you and show your skills to the world. I wish you the best. Those cities always have Gwent. Competitions going on, so go forth and conquer, kid." Roy took the deck solemnly and placed it near his heart, then sent it into his inventory space. "This whole deck is worth 200 crowns, easy. Jack gave me one expensive gift. When you get to Nohvigrad, if you have the time, pay a visit to number 320 on the east side of the river. If you see an old git named Frank, tell him I said hi." After relaying his request, Jack gave Roy a hug that almost crushed the boy's ribs and waved him goodbye. Chapter 15. Here, chew on this and put it over your wound. Letho tossed a flower with vermilion petals to Roy, his face inscrutable. As Letho looked at Roy, who was rubbing his leg, in pain his lips curled into a faint smile. Letho had zipped across the land after their departure from Kaer, not stopping for dozens of miles. He'd only slowed to rest in the wilds when dusk had descended. A burning pain was shooting up from Roy's inner thigh. When he looked into his trousers, a crimson pool was forming on his thighs where his skin was torn by rough fabric. He'd lost 5 HP, and his character sheet showed 37 out of 42 HP. Roy's constitution was worse than an average adult's. He wouldn't be able to ride a horse before his wound healed, which would take days. I can't even ride a horse. Why'd I do this with witchers? They're superhumans. Am I dumb? What did you give me, Letho? Roy's teeth chattered from the pain. He chomped on the herb in his mouth, grinding it to a pulp. It had a fine, refreshing flavor, unlike most herbs which had bitter tastes. Marigold. Ever heard of it? Letho tossed a piece of firewood into the campfire and the flames crackled. Kills the pain and prevents infection. You can find it outside of towns. They grow everywhere, he explained patiently. Roy paid attention to what he said and made a mental note of what Letho told him. Part of the reason he treaded the path of the Witcher was for useful information, like the ones Letho gave him. Witchers could live for many centuries, making them a treasure trove of experience. Roy would try to get everything he could out of them, allowing him to get stronger. Letho tossed a few pieces of dry, hard jerky to him as he held his pot of ale and looked into the evening sky, chewing on his food in silence. A while later, he unbuckled his sword and laid on the ground, using his arms as a pillow. The ground was his bed and the sky his blanket. Letho looked calm and relaxed, as if the wilds were his home. It was normal for witchers to camp in the wilderness, for most parts of the year anyway. When the scent of wine wafted to him, Roy gulped. Can I have a taste? His leg felt awkward to move after he'd plastered marigold on it. When Letho said nothing, Roy took the wineskin and had a taste. The moment he took a sip, his neck craned, his eyes bulged, and his tongue stuck out. What is this? A sour and spicy taste mixed together like a bizarre concoction, and it made Roy spew out the wine. Letho's face fell. Don't drink if you can't take it, child. I went through a lot of trouble to get that from BOH Kaer. It's ESD. Not everyone has the chance to even taste it in their lifetime. This wine is a tribute item. Savor it. Savor it. There is nothing to savor. The wine isn't good, Roy answered honestly. All Captain's Inn has better wine. I like its fruit wine. Even its dwarven liquor is better. And then Roy shifted the topic. You mentioned BOH Kaer just now. If I remember correctly, that's in Tucson, isn't it? Have you gone there before? Then you must have seen Duchess Anna Henrietta. Is she as beautiful as the rumors have it? Tucson was the duchy where the DLC Blood and Wine took place. Its fairytale-esque scenery had left a lasting impression on Roy. Of course, there was also the army of higher vampires, the lustful cloud sex, and the beautiful Duchess. We didn't see the Duchess, only her husband, Duke Raymond. Letho peered at Roy. You're from a pigsty in Edern, boy. By all accounts, you shouldn't know the Duchess name. How do you? Tucson was a duchy in Nilfgaard, a far, far place from Edern. The more he talked to Roy, the more Letho thought he was strange. He must have a lot of secrets. I told you why, but you don't believe me. The Witchers hadn't believed Roy's lie about him seeing the future in his dreams. Roy huddled closer to the crackling fire and rubbed his hands. Do all Witchers live long lives like you, Letho? Most lose their lives when fulfilling requests to hunt down monsters. Either that or they fall in battle. Not even half make it to 50. Roy smiled. He knew of an old master in the wolf school who was already 200. Maybe the other schools have witchers like that too. Do you regret your choice then? Letho suddenly turned back to stare at him. Being a witcher might kill you faster than being a peasant would. Honestly, a bit. A faint, murderous intent rose from Letho. Roy quickly changed his answer. Sorry, it's the alcohol talking. I won't regret this. Those gits have sent your parents to NOHV as promised. If you change your mind halfway through, the Viper School isn't filled with madmen like the Cat School, but we show no mercy to those who lie to us. Letho warned. Calm down, Letho. Let's change the topic. I heard witchers always have 2 swords with them. Why do you only have one? Letho's face stiffened. You should know that every school specializes in different fields. The Viper School specializes in short swords and poison for battle. Roy kept staring at him. Letho then shrugged, and Roy heard resignation in his voice. I think you know that witchers have a steel sword and a silver sword that can each be held with one hand. Yes, the steel sword is for humans, and the silver sword is for monsters who are weak to silver, right? Roy asked. Letho shook his head. That's too absolute. Some monsters are weak to silver, but steel works better on some of them. You know why I only have one steel sword? It's because even a silver-coated steel sword costs a lot, let alone a full one. The Viper School has seen better days, and now we must use our resources on more important matters, like your development. Roy's heart skipped a beat. I wonder if being watched over by a witcher is a good thing. I don't think I'd get a good steel sword anytime soon. Actually, I'm more interested in crossbows. Are you familiar with weapons like that, Letho? Can you teach me how to use it? Roy was disappointed, for he still hadn't gotten a ranged weapon skill after a month of hunting. Ranged weapons like bows and crossbows were more compatible with his strongest stat, perception, compared to melee weapons. After his level up, Roy had increased the level of his new skill, thus making Observe a level 2 skill. He also had a 2-point increase in perception. You're barking up the wrong tree, boy. Crossbows are the specialty of the Cat School and Bear School. Letho looked into the night, his gaze deepening as he walked down memory lane. I'm not exactly a master, but I've used crossbows at some point in my life, so I'll teach you in a couple of days. Letho then took out a bag of brown powder and made a circle on the ground with it, surrounding the horse, the campfire, him, and Roy. Roy's nose wrinkled and the stench of the powder reached him. Is that powder made out of some creature's feces? Not bad, boy. This is made out of a wyvern's feces. Surround yourself with it and no wild animals will come near. Gives you a good night's sleep. Roy's nose scrunched up, though he could still take the smell. At least it was better than when he was the butcher's apprentice. When the cold breeze brushed against him, Roy shivered. Letho, can you not call me boy or brat? Just call me Roy. Being called brat made him feel like a little boy. Well, you'll have to work hard so that I'll acknowledge you. I might just call you by your name then. Letho didn't even look up. You'll have to get used to it from now on. Get closer to the fire if it's cold. Once Roy had huddled closer to the fire, Letho said, Now it's time for your first Witcher lesson, boy. Less talking, more thinking. Never show your weakness to anyone, not even the people closest to you. SHH. Letho suddenly put his index finger against his lips, demanding Roy to be silent. He obliged, though he listened closely to his surroundings. A wolf's howl reached them from afar, and pairs of ghastly green eyes appeared around the camp. Roy held his breath as he loaded his crossbow in silence. The eyes swayed in the air, and they stared at the campfire, but they didn't move closer, as if stopped by some invisible force. Letho drew the Axii sign near his horse, calming the whining, disquieted animal down. The wolves only howled for a short while, and they didn't come near them. In the end, they returned to the darkness, whimpering in fear. Wyvern's feces do come in handy, Roy mumbled to himself, with Letho protecting him, and the wyvern's feces keeping the beasts away. Roy could gain EXP quickly in the wilds if he used his advantages to the fullest. They were in a place where beasts were at least 10 times more numerous than they were in the woods around Kaer. I can get a lot of EXP here, and I have some meat and anesthetic left. Look here, boy, Letho commanded, and Roy looked back reflexively. All he saw was an inverted triangle, and an overwhelming sleepiness assailed Roy. He closed his eyes and became oblivious to everything around him. Axiai's effect lingered for a while, and Letho mumbled many things to the hypnotized boy. Roy thought he'd heard Letho say something, but the wind blew everything away. Then Letho heaved a sigh of relief and dispelled Axiai. He cracked his fingers and massaged the boy who had fallen asleep. Letho gazed at the young boy, and his expression softened. When was the last time I took a disciple in? 30 years ago. Shame that kid couldn't even get past the first round of the trial. Will this mysterious brat have better luck? Chapter 16. As the first ray of light pierced through the darkness which was spread across the horizon, dawn broke through the sky. MMH. Roy stretched his arms and opened his eyes. Every cell in his body felt relaxed, as if he'd just soaked in a hot spring. It was the first time he'd had a good night's sleep since he crossed over 2 months ago. The dawn breeze kissed him, and it took away his lethargy, making Roy feel refreshed. Oh, right, wide eye. Axiai, damn it. Why'd he use Axiai on me? The color drained from Roy's face, and he quickly checked himself. I'm fine. My clothes are intact, and I don't feel weird anywhere. He heaved a sigh of relief. Good thing Baldy isn't gay. You're awake, brat. As Letho said good morning in his iconic deadpan voice, some thigh meat grilled to golden brown flew across the air in an arc. Oh, hot, hot. Roy tossed the meat around clumsily before finally catching it. He blew on it and asked, "What did you do to me last night? Look at your wound." "Oh, it's all healed." Roy's thigh had been covered in blood since hours of horseback riding had gnawed his skin. It would have taken 5 days to heal, but the wound had formed scabs overnight. They were hideous, a dull reddish-brown hue, and were hard to the touch. But it didn't hurt. I hypnotized you with Axiai last night and fed you some herbs. That's not a good idea, Letho. Shouldn't you tell me before you do that? Didn't think Axiai helped with sleep, though. Wait, you couldn't have fed potions to me, could you? Potions for witchers could harm normal humans greatly, and Roy didn't want to hurt himself when he was still in his growing phase. He checked his character sheet, but everything seemed fine to him. His strength even grew by 0, 1 point, making it 4, 3. Whoa, I got stronger in a night than I could in a month. What kind of magic meds did he feed me? Won't be as effective if you have your guard up, Letho explained. Still a long way from the trial of the grasses. Potions will kill you if you take them before the trial. Relax. You had special herbs made for humans. It can even make you stronger if you take them regularly. Roy's eyes shone at the mention of the effect. That kind of herb exists. He stopped complaining and gobbled up the remainder of the thigh. Nice cooking. He clicked his tongue in praise. Meat's tender enough and smells great. What's this made out of, Letho? Letho's eyelid twitched and he took a deep breath. Wolf, the same beast that tried to kill us last night. Letho didn't ask Roy to ride on horseback with him. Instead, he took the horse and sauntered in the wilderness. It was a land filled with strange plants and muddy ground that squelched under their feet. But the air was sweet, tangy, and humid. From time to time, roe deers, honey badgers, and deers would stick their heads out of the bushes, just to turn tail and run in fright at the sight of them both. Where are we going? Letho was already used to Roy's incessant questioning, and he shrugged before giving a cryptic answer. Think closely and you'll find the answer. Roy squinted skeptically, and a moment later, one long, strange message appeared in his mind. Marigold, biennial plant, has glandular trichomes. Its leaves are alternate and circular in shape. Its flowers can be yellow or orange. Prefers cooler climates. It can survive the cold but dies quickly in higher heat. Can help with digestion and healing of wounds. Buckthorn, annual plant. Stem grows upright and has trichomes. Its leaves grow in a whorled arrangement. Prefers warmer climates and places with sufficient light as well as air circulation. Can survive hot environments, but dies if there's too much water. Can act as an antidote for poison and a medicine for plagues. Nettle, belladonna, comfrey. Myrtle, chrysanthemum, berbercane fruit. The images, details, and medicinal value for more than 30 herbs appeared within his mind, and Roy memorized them without difficulty. He was sure he could recognize every single one of them if they were to appear before him. You were almost healed when we left Kaer. Time for you to learn new things. Letho still held the horse by the leash, so I used a sign last night to make you memorize the common herbs. They can do anything from stopping minor bleedings to neutralizing toxins. Remember them well. You'll have to use them eventually, he explained slowly. Roy had his question answered. Over the course of one night, Letho had bestowed multiple surprises upon him. Roy became stronger, and he had a compendium of herbs in his mind. He hadn't seen most of them before, and he was sure they never appeared in the game. That's normal, though. This is the real world. It's not as limited as the game. Course, I don't know a lot of things. However, he had a giant head start with a witcher mentoring him. These witchers really know how to use signs to their fullest potential. Never thought axii could be used to bestow knowledge. I thought that only happened in novels. Why didn't you leave more in my head, Letho? Something like alchemy. We can continue tonight. Letho was inscrutable, sure, if you aren't scared of having a splitting headache for your whole life. He then stopped before an area filled with bush. Wherever Roy looked, there was green, but the plants also came in different shapes. Some thicker, some thinner, some bigger, some smaller. Now look for the herbs you saw in your head. Which one did you feed me last night? I want to pick more of them. Those are berbercane fruits, Letho answered. Not a bad plant, to be honest. Take it every day, and it'll make you stronger. Before Roy went to harvest the herbs, Letho told him what he should look out for. If you go in to pick them without knowing their structure and the parts that are important, you'll ruin the herb. Then they won't even be worth 1 crown. Take berbercane fruits, for example. The only valuable part is the red, misshapen fruits underground. The leaves that grow above it, however beautiful they are, aren't worth a thing. You can't just pull it out however you want, though. Plants are a type of life form, and they can protect themselves. If you pull on it too strongly, the leaves will secrete a kind of fluid that will destroy the fruit. You'll have to be careful with how you pull them out, brat. If you're too soft, it won't work. If you're too strong, it'll be ruined. As Letho went on with his explanations, Roy slowly paid more attention to the specifics. He never realized there were so many details to look out for, and it was a mere plant. Around the bushes lay fallen leaves. They were covered in a sheet of sleet and dewdrops. The northern realms had always been colder than any other place. It was already late autumn when Roy arrived there, and snow had descended upon most nations. Roy's face was red from the cold, but still he went on with his harvest among the bushes, icy step by icy step. Fortunately for him, berbercane fruits weren't rare, and he found a bunch of them not long after his search had started. The difficult part, however, was the plucking. Roy had to pull the fruit out of the ground without shocking the leaves. If he made even one rough move, the green, juicy leaves would blacken completely in an instant, and the fruit would rot in a chain reaction. Roy was drenched in sweat at the end, but he managed to pluck a sizable amount of berbercane fruits. They were gleaming under the sun, their crimson hue uncannily resembling strawberries, and the smell alone refreshed Roy. He placed most of them in his inventory and popped one into his mouth. Then a status that said poisoned, mild, appeared on the right side of his HP bar. Weird. My HP and stats are normal and I don't feel unwell. Why'd this status show up? If I could just find out more about the fruit. Roy fell into his thoughts for a while, and a stroke of inspiration struck him. He remembered about his level 2 observe skill. I made a mistake. I thought observe could only be used on humans, animals, and monsters. But can it be used on herbs too? Roy swiftly found a fresh berbercane plant, and he activated observe. His eyes turned into a galaxy of knowledge as an information sheet appeared on top of the plant. Berbercane, perennial plants. This particular plant is currently 2.5 years old. Berbercanes can be found in the northern realms or lands that constantly experience temperatures lower than 20 degrees. Usages. 1. Can be eaten as food. Taking an ounce of berbercane fruit every day for a month will increase your stats gradually. It can raise your stats by 1 point at the maximum, and the effect will stop after your stats reach 5 points. 2. As material for potions and decoctions. Negative effects. Contains mild poison. The user must wait until the poison has disappeared fully before consuming another fruit. If not, the poison will consume the user's sense of taste. If the poison remains for more than 2 months, the user will lose their sense of taste permanently. The user is immune to the poison if their stamina is higher than 15. The message detailed the age and dosage of the fruit. It was a perfect complement to the pointers Letho gave him. It was then that Roy prioritized the leveling up of observe. After putting the rest of the berbercane fruits in his inventory space, Roy started sweeping through the bushes for herbs. It took him the whole morning to get through the patch of bushes, but in the end, he found 12 types of herbs he saw in his mind, including myrtles, crow's eyes, begartix, and black hellebore. Aside from berbercane fruits, an herb called blowball could give him a minor increase in strength, though only by 1 point at most. It wasn't too obvious an improvement. Even so, attribute points were hard to come by. He was only awarded 1 point with every level up, and at the time being, he needed 1,000 EXP to do so. Leveling up would eventually become a steep hill to climb, which made stat improvements through herbs a sweet bonus for him. If Roy's observe was correct, consuming blowballs and berbercane fruits for a month would raise his weakest stats, constitution and strength, to 5 points, making him on par with a normal adult. The only drawback was the fact that consuming herbs was a double-edged blade. It could strengthen him, but they could poison him too. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his sense of smell and taste. Fortunately, the poison effect wasn't permanent. On the contrary, it faded fast enough for Roy not to mind it. After finishing his berbercane fruit, he popped some blowball petals into his mouth and gave it a thorough chew in case it would upset his stomach. Raising my stats with herbs is the easiest way to train I've ever heard. Chapter 17. It was almost dusk when Roy was done scavenging for herbs. The pair arrived at a murky river that was 10 feet wide, but which had both ends extend indefinitely. Letho stopped in his tracks, and his pupils turned into slits. As Roy observed him, he was reminded of a bristled feline, though in human form. PR/N, 10 feet is around 3.05 meters. What's wrong? Is this a dangerous place? Letho signaled for Roy's silence, and he crept closer to the river. He pulled out a blue scale from the cracks between the pebbles at the riverside. Once he took a whiff of it, Letho moved backward. We'll have to camp further away. Something nasty is in the river. You're saying? Roy gazed at the murky waters and excitement welled up in him. There's at least one drowner in the waters. Letho tossed the scale to Roy. Take a look. Drowners are different from fish. Their scales are thicker, and there's a bulge in the center. And if you smell it carefully, there's the stench of rotten corpses on it. Roy tried to do so, but since his perception wasn't high enough, he couldn't smell anything. They stayed around for a moment, and when Roy left with Letho, his head hung low along the way. Suddenly, he patted Letho's sturdy back. "Letho, can you show me what the legendary drowners look like?" he asked hesitantly. "Since I'm going to fight them eventually, this is a good time to learn all about them. Someone will get killed if we leave these monsters alone." "Drowners have a nickname among us Witchers," Letho snapped back. "Newbie killers. Many new Witchers have met their doom at the hands of drowners because of their damned curiosity." Roy took a nervous step back, even though Letho had said he was going to leave. He'd saddled his horse before going back to search across the riverbank, and he found more scales. The Witcher pondered for a moment. Then he checked his gear, weapon, bombs, and potions. Roy was surprised to see Letho so serious, as if the drowner was a big threat. "Is that necessary? I thought drowners weren't great at fighting." He'd killed many drowners in the game. At least hundreds of them died by Roy's hands. He could still remember their gurgles and strange nasal noises. His many battles gave him a thorough understanding of the monster. Their strength was on par with that of a normal human's, though their speed was better. Aside from being better swimmers, Roy didn't think they were memorable. "Looks like those dreams of yours don't work every time." Letho poured some light green necrophage oil on his sword. "Didn't your dream tell you something? Monsters don't come alone. Sometimes they come in groups. These bastards always come in groups, so keep that attitude in check, boy. Never underestimate any monster, no matter how weak they are. We only have one life, and no one will spare you any pity if you get killed because of your foolishness." That's the second lesson. Letho took out a bloodied wolf thigh from the saddlebag and tore it into pieces with his short sword. "I understand. There will be no next time." Roy looked down in shame. Letho made him remember that he was still human, and drowners could kill humans easily. If he kept taking on his enemies in such a frivolous manner, he would eventually get killed because of it. "I've been this way since the last adventure. That's not a good habit. Gotta change it right now." "What should I do, Letho? How should I help?" Roy took out his crossbow and loaded it with bolts. "Just stay back and watch how a professional hunts." Letho paused for a moment. "But if you want to help, then answer me this. What's a drowner's weakness?" He stared at Roy, inscrutable. Roy wanted to say something, but he kept his mouth shut and listened intently. Letho nodded in satisfaction. "So he finally knows the importance of humility. Remember, drowners aren't afraid of poison. Don't try to make them bleed either. It won't work." Roy shivered after hearing Letho's advice. He was going to use the butcher's anesthetic against the drowner. If he'd done that, he might have been the first otherworlder in the history of novels to have been eaten by a drowner. Drowners aren't known for their intelligence. They're stupider than a boot, so Axii won't work on them either, and their sight is terrible. If their target is more than 40 feet away, they'd effectively be blind, even in daylight. Course, you'll have to outrun them. They're scared of fire and anything related to it. Letho took out a transparent glass canister the size of half a fist from his alchemy bag. Roy could see multicolored gas swirling within it. "That's Dragon's Dream, a kind of alchemy bomb. It's infused with flammable gas," Letho said. "You're good with the crossbow, so I assume your accuracy is decent. Once I lure the drowners out, listen to my signal and toss the bomb to where they group up. Then I'll light the fuse. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Letho cut the bloodied meat up into dozens of pieces. before scattering them on an even spot of ground 20 feet from the river. Then he quickly came back to hide with Roy a safe distance away and stared at the river closely. 5 minutes later, the river that had been flowing silently started bubbling as if it were boiling. Ripples spread as something crawled out of the murky depths. First there was one, then two, then three. Finally, 5 hideous humanoid creatures reared their heads from the river and gurgled as they darted to the riverbank. The monsters bore a resemblance to corpses fished out from the bottom of lakes. Their skin was blue or green in color, but all of them had sticky fluids and filthy mud dripping out of their pores. Their limbs were adorned with slippery scales, and webs like those of aquatic animals were seen between their fingers. Gills that looked like fans hung from their cheeks, and a catfish mustache wiggled above their lips. Their bodies were deathly pale, as well as their sunken faces. 2 rows of sharp teeth glistened in their mouths as they grinned. The drowners were looking everywhere in paranoia, their eyes ghastly white. After they were certain that no one was around, the drowners sniffed the air, and they pounced at the minced meat with excitement. They had a strange way of running, with their hands behind their backs, just like ostriches would. Roy looked at Letho, but he didn't give any signal yet. Then Roy looked at the monster that had mutated the most, and his eyes turned into a galaxy of information. Drowner sex, none age, 12 status, none HP, 70 strength, 5 dexterity, 6 constitution, 7 perception, 3 will, 2 charisma, 0 spirit, 0 skill, underwater breathing level 10. Allows for indefinite periods of breathing underwater. Mutated body level 10. Many think of drowners as monsters that are formed from corpses of those who died a watery death, but their bodies are structured differently than humans. Drowners are possibly artificial life forms created by magic, or an invasive species from the conjunction of the spheres, immune to poisoning and bleeding. Asterisk, they have 0 charisma and spirit. Are you sure they aren't dead bodies? Roy commented silently. No wonder Axii has no effect on them. When he looked at Letho again, the Witcher had already given his signal. Roy took a deep breath and pulled his right hand back before tossing the bomb into the air. It flew in an arc and dropped in the middle of the 5 drowners. The bomb was smashed into pieces as it slammed into the ground, and the colorful smoke spread 10 feet in every direction, enveloping the monsters that were feasting on the meat. At the same time, Letho darted forward like the wind and casted Igni at the drowners before pulling back. The fire that touched the colorful smoke spread across the monsters quickly, as if it had met something that could help it soar. Roy, crossbow in hand, watched the drowners in shock as fireworks rained upon them. The yellow flames gleamed within the colorful gas, and as the sound of explosions started ringing out, the sky was dyed in the colors of the smoke. 5 gurgling, charred drowners leaped out of the explosion, and 3 of them ran toward the river. Letho chased after them with his short sword in hand, intending to finish them off. The other 2 targeted Roy, but one was shot through the eye before it could get near him. When Roy was about to reload, the remaining drowner had already closed in on him. There wasn't even a millimeter of hair on its pale, grotesque face, and the flames were still igniting it. When the stench of its charred meat and bad breath assailed Roy, he felt suffocated. Roy could see death staring him in the eye, but it left as soon as it had appeared. The drowner who was attacking him froze in its tracks, as if stopped by some magical force. Even so, the inertia made it skid forward, close enough so Roy could grab it. It was a weird situation, but there was no time for Roy to think about it. He took out his short sword and sliced down on its head, making it stumble backward. As the drowner fell, Roy shot a bolt through its eyes. The monster trembled but stopped moving a moment later. Drowner killed, EXP gained 20. Drowner killed, EXP gained 20. Level 2, EXP, 143 out of 1000. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. Dizziness started overwhelming him and his body was drenched in sweat. That was a close one. I was almost killed. If fear hadn't activated back then, I might have been killed by that drowner. Best case scenario, I would have gotten crippled. Know why we call them newbie killers now, boy? Letho had come back from his hunt. The 3 drowners hadn't managed to escape and their heads were cut off. Still think you can underestimate them? Roy kept quiet. He didn't expect the cool Witcher to be a nagging person. What should we do with these bodies? Should we throw them into the river or burn them again? Take their brains out. I'll teach you what to do. Drowner brains are important to make swallow. Some sorcerers would buy it too. The Witcher and his disciple went around the riverbank and laid the drowners' bodies out in a row. It'd be best if we could find a red mutagen. Dragon's Dream costs a lot to make. If there's no red mutagen, we'd be losing money. Chapter 18. The cold wind blew across the wilderness, making the cruel night ever so frigid. 2 people sat around a warm, crackling fire as they munched on their dinner, a hot, steaming, grilled rabbit. Letho sipped from his est and blurted out, "I remember you asking for some pointers on using crossbows. I have some time to talk to you about that now." Roy was a self-taught crossbowman. He'd been wishing for some professional training. After starting his journey with Letho, Roy could feel Gabriel getting limited in its use. He could use it to kill normal animals, but not monsters. The only way to break the impasse was through an improvement of his skills. Letho asked him to take Gabriel out and talked about crossbows. "Can't talk about Viper School's crossbow skills, since that's not our specialty. I'll tell you about the experience a friend from the cat school shared with me." "You know people from the cat school, Letho?" Roy asked curiously. If he remembered correctly, cat school witchers had problematic personalities after taking their special-made decoction during the trial of the grasses. They would walk an extreme path, and being a witcher exacerbated that, for they were shown the darkness of the world. Left unchecked, they would spiral into madness. There were 6 known witcher schools: Bear School, Wolf School, Griffin School, Cat School, Viper School, and Manticore School. Only witchers from Cat School would accept assassination requests publicly. Because of that, the Cat School was rejected by the other schools in society, making them persona non grata * everywhere. Cat School had a complex relationship with the Wolf School, and was the only one accepting female disciples. PR/N. Definition of persona non grata. In diplomacy, a persona non grata. Latin, person not welcome, plural. Persona non grati is a status sometimes applied by a host country to foreign diplomats to remove their protection by diplomatic immunity from arrest and other normal kinds of prosecution. Also, I want to join the cat school XD. Everyone says that the cats are madmen. Letho rubbed an old scar on his left forearm, and reminiscence showed in his amber eyes. But that's obviously nonsense. There are witchers from the cat school who can coexist with others in peace, but I digress. Let's talk business. Tell me what you think is most important when attacking with a crossbow. Roy fiddled with Gabriel and made an aiming pose. I aim, then I shoot. Oh, the most important part is the time I pull the trigger. It's the shooting, isn't it? That's the deciding factor between hitting or missing the target. You're not a total idiot, boy. Yes, everything you do before you shoot is for that exact moment, the moment you pull the trigger. Letho circled the campfire and paused for a moment. The details can be complicated. There are 5 steps to follow if you want to shoot a crossbow: how you hold it, how you position yourself, how you load the bolts, how you aim, and how you shoot. Roy remained calm despite the complicated explanation. He was already ready for that, for he knew complex details were hidden behind every simple task, and they were only revealed when a professional searched for them. We have time, so take it slow. Let's start with the basics: holding the crossbow. Hold it like how you always do. Roy was used to holding Gabriel with one hand since it was smaller than standard crossbows, but he could hold it with two as well. Roy followed the instructions and stood up straight, then holding the lower middle part of the crossbow with his left hand. He held the handle with his right. Letho started pushing down on Roy. You didn't learn from a master, did you? Your movements are all wrong, but it isn't too late to correct them. He told him the crux of the skill. Remember, you have to center your gravity and relax. Understood. Your shoulders have to be level, and you're not supposed to support the crossbow with any part beside your hands. Since you're right-handed, you should point your left elbow and tuck it in. Don't ask why you should correct your movement every time. You'll know why after your 10,000th shot, because the guy who told me this shot at least 1,000,000. PR/N casually notes this down. The movement sounded easy, and it was simple to follow, but it was hard to maintain at all times, at least enough for it to become second nature. Practice would be boring. Roy kept cheering himself up though. Keep this up, Roy. This is the first step to gaining power. If I can't even take this, how am I supposed to pass the trial of the grasses? More than 1 hour of practice later, Roy was drenched in sweat, but he was starting to hold his crossbow the right way. Letho then went on to talk about how he should load the bolt. If you want to learn how to shoot, then preparation is key. First learn how to hold the weapon and how to load it. 3 hours had passed after Roy had learned how to do the second step. As the moon rose to its peak, Roy was starting to stagger from the exhaustion. According to Letho's way, he had to use his foot while loading the bolt. It took more out of Roy, but it was safer and more efficient compared to loading with hands. Roy didn't complain throughout the session. Even though he was already drenched in sweat, he was focused on his training. Letho was happy with his attitude, and he thought Roy might just have a chance to pass the trial. That's it for tonight. When Roy was drying his clothes by the campfire after he had washed himself off, Letho said, "It's almost time to sleep. Since you asked, now you have 2 choices. 1, I'll use Axii to hypnotize you. You'll fall into a deep sleep, which will help you recover from your fatigue quickly. Maybe you'll even get something out of it. 2, you try to recover on your own." Roy recalled the good sleep he'd had last night. "Are you trying to sneak more knowledge into my mind, Letho?" he queried. "I said that's going to give you a permanent headache." Letho rubbed his fingers together. "If you're fine with the first way, then relax and don't resist, or it won't work as well as it's supposed to." Roy gave it a moment of thought. "If Letho wants to harm me, I'd be killed before I could make a move. Telling me before using Axii is already a sign of respect." He let go of any misgivings and quickly fell into a deep sleep. It was a peaceful week after that night. No monsters came to attack them, nor did they come across any creature. During the journey, the Witcher would scavenge for herbs in the wilderness during daytime to teach Roy about them. When dusk would fall, Roy would go for a hunt with his new and improved crossbow skills. That granted him some EXP and dinner. Once night had fully fallen, Roy would practice around the campfire, and Letho would be the coach. After buckets and buckets of sweat, Roy was finally starting to get into the important part, the breathing technique. He could feel his shooting skill improve, but it didn't develop into a skill he could use. He needed real battles for that. Before he slept, Letho would use Axii on him to induce a deep slumber. Every morning, Roy woke up refreshed and reborn. 1 week after that, Roy's EXP bar was already at 280 points. His constitution was raised by 0.1 points thanks to the herbs he was consuming, bringing it to 4.4. His strength saw the same increase, bringing it to 4.3. At the time being, Roy could memorize more than 50 types of herbs, their effects, where they grew, and how to handle them. Massacre could affect 5 more types of animals. Roy was starting to enjoy the slow but sure process of growth. Then the night came when they finally got out of the remote wilderness. They could see a tall, sturdy wall over yonder. The windows of tall spires behind the wall glimmered, and white smoke billowed from the top. That's Aldersburg, the city neighboring the Mahakam mountain range and southern Edern's last line of defense. We'll be there by tomorrow. Roy looked in the direction of the wall, and he saw a gigantic mountain range standing behind it, looming over them. From where he stood, the mountains looked like an ancient monster, deep in its slumber. The infinite snow and the dappled greenery was little more than ornaments for the mountain. That was the Mahakam mountain range. It was the giant that separated Temeria and Edern, the home of dwarves. Rumors had it that gnomes lived there too. They would have to go through Aldersburg and scale past the mountains before they could arrive in Sintra. But since it was getting late, the pair camped in the wilds. After another satisfying grilled meat dinner, Letho sat quietly on the ground, facing the Mahakam mountain range. The depressing silence he'd kept along the way faded, replaced by a grounded, peaceful strength. As Roy stared at Letho's back, the magical energy the Witcher radiated made him feel at ease. Letho said, "Meditation was created by the first sources. It's a way to communicate and control chaos energy, or elemental energy, so to speak. It is then left as inheritance for the Witchers by Cosimo Malaspina, the founder of Witchers. Meditation can calm humans and Witchers alike. It can also cleanse negative emotions, heal bodily wounds quickly, speed up recovery, and induce deep sleep. But those who are sensitive to magical energy can sense the elemental energy through meditation. They can harness the power from air, water, earth, and fire. If they aren't sent to a sorcerer's academy to tame the elemental energy they channel during their meditation/they have after they exit meditation, they will be driven mad after their powers get out of control. Worse, their bodies will twist and mutate. That's why I'll need you to go into meditation, boy. I need you to tell me if you're a normal human or a magic-sensitive one." Roy's heart skipped a beat. So this is it. Then he was confused. What should I do to enter meditation? He was sure Letho had never mentioned anything regarding meditation before that night. If it was possible, Roy wished he was a magic-sensitive human. Witchers were derivatives of mages, making them less powerful than one. However, he saw nothing regarding magic, elements, or chaos energy in his character sheet. There weren't any skills or mana in there either, and Roy knew he might not be a mage then. Letho answered his question calmly. "I hypnotized you with Axii every night before you slept. That wasn't for deep sleep. I did say you might get something out of it, and you took my offer," Letho emphasized. "To be more precise, you have entered meditation 6 times, so you're ready for it. Your body has adapted to the process, but since you didn't enter it yourself, you didn't remember it. Tonight, you'll have to do it yourself and tell me what you feel during meditation. I can get something out of it." I thought that was weird, so this is why. Does he trust me enough now to tell me about it? Roy was glad he made the choice to be hypnotized, but he remembered nothing about meditating. All he knew was he slept well every night. "Don't think too much about it. Sit like I'm sitting." Roy followed his instructions and made a weird sign with his fingers, but it felt natural to him, as if he had done it many times. Roy entered a bizarre state a moment later. He felt warm and fuzzy, as if he was in his mother's womb again. Every cell on his body was roaring, as they absorbed everything around them to heal and strengthen themselves. The blowing winds and crackling campfire looked ever so distant, and he stared at the Mahakam mountain range, Aldersburg disappearing from his sight. The clouds that swirled above it moved in a random manner, but eventually they formed a spiral that sucked him in. Chapter 19. Air, water, earth, and fire swirled around you, and they left. As expected, you're a normal human. A normal human. The message rang around him and Roy sighed. I knew it. I'm a peasant's son after all. That's what I should be. I wasn't sent to a witcher because of any accident, nor am I part elf, and I'm not a magic-sensitive person. The only way I can stand tall in this world is through hard work. That moment steeled his resolve to become a witcher. After going into meditation for the first time, a message popped up in his character sheet. You have unlocked a new skill, Meditation Level 1. Meditation is training for the body and mind. Going into a meditative state calms the body and soul, speeds up the recovery of wounds, mana and stamina, improves coordination, and increases affinity for chaos energy. Tip: every time meditation is leveled up, constitution and spirit will be permanently increased. Roy's jaw dropped. It was the first time he'd acquired a skill that could increase his stats. His interest was piqued, and he wanted to level up immediately so he could level up the skill. But he calmed down quickly and set the idea aside. He couldn't cast signs before unlocking mana, so increasing spirit wouldn't do much, since it only added to the strength of spells. Letho was observing him in silence. He could sense some unseen changes in Roy through his extraordinary perception, but he couldn't describe it in detail. He's one mysterious boy, but he belongs to the Viper School now. His secret shall be ours, and it will pave the way for our return. The pair left the wilds the next morning, and they went down the path leading toward Aldersburg. The path was strewn with carriage tracks and hoof prints, while a dense forest flanked it. Dappled sunlight shone through it, and the leaves rustled as the morning breeze blew past them. The fresh scent of the earth and leaves were swept up into the air, wafting across the path. As the wind grew stronger, Letho pulled on the leash, forcing the horse to stop. As if alerted by something, he hunkered down and drew across the tracks before looking ahead, but there was nothing to see. Then alarm bells rang in his head. Crossbow at the ready, Roy. Prepare for battle. Damn it. Why'd trouble have to show up at the last leg? Roy held down on the crossbow string made out of a cow's tendons and loaded his bolts. He wasn't worried, despite Letho's warning. Perhaps his confidence came from his meditation, or maybe from Letho. As they walked along the path, Roy listened closely to his surroundings, and his muscles turned taut. 200 feet later, Letho stopped again, the black cloth on his shoulder billowing in the gale. A shrill sound of a whistle traveled across the forest, and a group of pasty men in tattered clothes rushed out of the forest. Are they peasants or a hodgepodge army? Their clothes were nothing but ugly rags, and they were equipped with nothing but farming implements: hoes, hammers, and even pitchforks. They were in a loose, random formation, and they spat curses at the pair. They surrounded them closely, their faces filled with a cruel hunger. Then a middle-aged man with a green leather hat, yellow jacket, and black pants came forward. He had a mole on his face. The group gave way to him, and he strutted with his chest out as if he were a rooster. Put your weapons down and get down on thaw ground, he commanded. Roy held his crossbow like he practiced, and he counted their enemies. There were 13 of them. Letho crossed his arms dismissively, ignoring the peasant's warning. Rebel army, huh? So you're becoming bandits now. Roy thought quietly. Rebel army? Aren't they revolutionists? He had heard about the peasant movement in Aldersburg when he was still in Kaer. These guys are revolutionists. They're just bandits. Fuck you. Did ya just call us bandits, ye slanderin' bastard? The leader roared in indignance, his face red. We're doing this for the Great Revolution, to topple the tyranny of Demavend and Tavok. This is justice. If you're on the side of justice, then put your weapons down and give up all your money for the revolution. If you try to resist, then you're the dogs of tyrants, and we shall judge you. Roy's face twitched. He had never seen someone so shameless before. Did they just twist a robbery into an act of justice? And we're the bad guys because we defend ourselves. Well, what can you expect from the West? no dignity. A frown creased Letho's forehead. Ever since he'd started running around, nobody had ever tried to rob a witcher. It was a rare occurrence. If this were in the past, he would have gone up there to kill the peasants. But since Roy was with him, he found it inappropriate to kill right away. Letho held the trinket around his neck and showed it to the peasants. "Do you recognize this?" Greed gleamed in the leader's eyes. "Is that made out of silver? Toss him here right now." "Boss, that's a witcher." A peasant with a long chin stammered, pointing at Letho, his face filled with horror. "What? He's a disgusting mutant. Look at his eyes. 'Tis amber, the eyes of a cat." The peasants took a step back after hearing that. Roy's eyelid twitched, for he didn't expect witchers to be so feared. "Boss, witchers can kill monsters. We ain't no match for him." Another peasant stuttered out. "What you so afraid of?" The peasant leader bellowed when his men showed cowardice. "They're just one witcher and a child. We outnumber 'em." The leader took 2 steps back and commanded, "Charge, men. They can't fight us all at once. Shred them to bits." "Yeah. We have nothing to be afraid of." Finding their courage once more, the peasants picked up their farming implements and pointed them at the pair, but none made the first move. "One last time, put your weapons down, and let you do whatever you want." Letho's face fell and he shook his head. Roy, noticing the imminent melee, went behind Letho. He wasn't a witcher, so he needed Letho to stay in front to keep him safe. "I can practically smell the blood on you. Been doing this robbery business for a while now, haven't you? Killed a lot too by the looks of it," Letho replied dryly and mercilessly. "God damn it. These bastards are resisting. Face your fate." The leader was still trying to justify his actions. The revolution demands sacrifice. Letho spent not another second in this debate. Before anyone could do anything, he'd already drawn a sign with his right hand. Then a red, triangular light shot itself into the leader's eyes. A moment later, a scream of horror pierced through everyone, and another peasant clutched his stomach as he staggered backward in disbelief. Standing before him was the peasant in the green leather hat, their arrogant leader. His eyes were dim, and he was holding a bloody sword, moving like a puppet. "The witcher controlled the boss." Someone screamed. "The boss killed Neil." As the peasants wallowed in their shock, Letho slowly unsheathed his steel sword instead of his short swords. The broad blade glinted coldly under the sun, and the witcher poised himself before rushing into the band of peasants. He was like a tiger jumping into a group of sheep. Letho was superior in every way: strength, reflexes, battle skills, experience. The peasants were no match for him, and Letho became a killing machine. Wherever he went, screams and wails of terror followed. Chunks of meat and broken limbs flew everywhere, and crimson blood dyed the ground red. Roy could see nothing but brilliant scarlet. As the sword swung along the cramped forest path, another scream was cut short, and Letho took another life away. The frightened peasants tried to scamper away, but they couldn't outrun a viper school witcher. Soon the forest was filled with nothing but cries for mercy. Roy froze up. He'd killed many creatures, but most of them were just animals. He'd never killed humans. But right before his very eyes, a group of humans were slaughtered before they could even resist. No matter how much the peasants cried for mercy, Letho showed them none. All he did was swing his sword, again and again, as if he was the Grim Reaper. He moved instinctively, not deigning to use his potions or signs. "Is this really the same guy who taught me herbology and crossbow skills? Is he really the same guy who hypnotized me every night so he could teach me meditation? Maybe this is how witchers work. They can kill both monsters and humans." Roy held his crossbow and took a deep breath. He parted his legs and lifted his arms, standing in the shooting pose he'd practiced many times. One survivor managed to escape Letho's massacre, but his face was bloodied. Even so, he looked hopeful, albeit crazed, as he ran toward Roy. "Capture him! Capture that boy!" We can use him to blackmail the Witcher. That's the only way to live." He was already wobbling, but he did his best to stay on his feet, and he extended his trembling hand forward in an attempt to hold the boy by his neck. "Just a couple steps away and he's mine." A bolt arced through the air, hitting the peasant square in the face. The peasant stumbled backward, looking up into the sky, and fell down with a thud, spread-eagled. Between his widened eyes lay a crossbow bolt that pierced through his skull. EXP gained 20. Level 2. 300 out of 1,000. Roy heaved a sigh and took another deep breath before reloading his crossbow and aiming in another direction. ****, the bloody massacre ended 10 minutes later. Letho took out a blue cloth and wiped the blood off his sword. Roy sat beside him, inscrutable. His hair and clothes were drenched in blood. A long while later, Roy took a deep breath. "Now do you see how low these lands have fallen? There is no right or wrong here," Letho said coolly. "If we didn't kill them all, trouble would have been waiting for us if any of them had managed to return to Aldersburg." Letho sighed after seeing Roy was still stunned. "I can smell blood on them. These peasants are no decent human beings. This is not the first time they've done this. And this is not the first time they've tried or killed someone. Does that make you feel better?" "I'm fine, just not used to it," Roy answered. He showed no pity to those men. They didn't show mercy to their victims. "Good," Letho praised. "Also, you shot decently. Shows you actually listened to me." Roy killed 3 injured peasants. He breathed according to the tempo he was taught. And the moment he was going to breathe heavier, Roy pulled the trigger. His shots were true, and every single one of them was a killing blow. He could have killed more, but he'd hesitated. It was Roy's first time killing humans. He couldn't be as calm as Letho. One life was worth 20 EXP, the same as a drowner. Roy's EXP was 340 out of 1,000 after killing 3 humans. This is ridiculous. So lives are the same for the character sheet. They're just numbers and data. ****, a short while after the massacre, the pair moved the peasants' bodies into a big hole in the forest. Letho then poured some oil on them and lit them up with igni. It didn't take long for the bodies to char. That was done to prevent any plagues from spreading in case any ghouls were attracted. Letho took all the money the bandits robbed, which totaled 100 crowns. Roy gained a lot of EXP and money in the kill, but he wouldn't wish for another occurrence like that. You can get half of the spoils, including the drowner's brain. To Roy's surprise, Letho gave him 50 crowns. Lesson 3. Always share the spoils, Letho told him solemnly. If you don't want to antagonize your partners after becoming a witcher, never let greed blind you. Roy was about to refuse. He had a bad feeling about the split, for he thought Letho was trying to tell him something else. Chapter 20. The Great Wall that stood 30 feet tall formed Edern's final line of defense, the city of Aldersburg. Lyria and Rivia stood in the east of the city, while the Mahakam mountain range stood in the west, stopping anyone from attacking. Aldersburg was almost impregnable, an iron wall between the Nilfgaardian army and their conquest. In front of the city was a moat dug by the people, and the bridge above it was the city's entrance, but it was heavily guarded. All kinds of people traveled across the bridge. Farmers who were in a hurry to get to the market, merchants who brought carriages of merchandise, and even travelers from afar. They were forming a line for the guards to perform a check before they could get any clearance. Behind them, a great wilderness unfolded, where dozens of villages that provided for Aldersburg stood. Letho, a witcher from the Viper School, a guard asked. "Yes, you'd better keep your head down when you're in there. The rebel army's troubling enough, and we don't want any more problems from a witcher." "Understood." A guard with a halberd gazed at Letho with suspicion. His gleaming armor had a crest made up of red and yellow lines, emblazoned on his chest. The crest that looked like a flaming arrow was Edern's crest. After checking Letho's pass, the guard looked at the scrawny boy behind him. "Is this boy with you?" "Yes." "Who is he?" "My employer, Roy. He comes from Kaer, Lower Posada. Wants to visit his family in Aldersburg." "All right, you may go." Roy's delicate face and frail demeanor didn't make him look like a threat. The guards let them go without any further questions. The village boy, Roy, finally arrived in Aldersburg, a big city in another world. Even though a revolution was heating up, it didn't change the fact that it was a bustling city. Behind the city gates laid a buzzing business district. Shouts from store owners rang across the place, and different stores unfurled before their eyes. The district was filled with people dealing with their everyday business. Even the smallest house in the city was bigger and better than Kaer's village chief's house. Most of them had arched doors, etched windows, and domed roofs. The walls were filled with complex, ever-changing engravings as beautiful as pieces of art. Roy, who was used to the quiet wilderness, fell into a trance. He felt like he was in a European city during the late Renaissance. A shame Aldersburg was invaded during the First Northern War. I wonder how much of their culture can be preserved. Letho shook his head in mild disappointment, thinking Roy was shocked by the bustling city. After getting through the street that was behind the gates, the pair came to a clearing. Standing in the middle of the stone-paved street was a small fountain plaza. A 7-foot statue stood in the middle of the stone pedestal. The statue was that of an old man. He was in rags, but he had a wise twinkle in his eyes and a bushy beard. A crowd surrounded it, talking loudly. They had books in hand, and Roy guessed they must have been talking about academic topics. They were in better garments than the peasants, and they had hats on top of their heads. Trinkets hung on them, and even their shoes were neatly cleaned. A team of fully equipped soldiers patrolled nearby. "Who's that statue supposed to be?" "Lebioda. He symbolizes wisdom. Has a lot of followers in Aldersburg," Letho answered indifferently. "Those people there are merchants and children of minor nobles. The real workers are working their butts off to put food on the table." Roy went through his memories about Lebioda. He'd started out as a wandering public speaker who'd promoted his philosophy and wisdom everywhere. Thanks to his charisma and eloquence, he gained countless followers who believed his philosophy fervently. He was famous in the northern kingdoms, and humans weren't the only people who looked up to him. Dwarves did too. Eventually, he was called a saint, a seer, and a prophet. Many years after his death, he was worshipped as a deity in his temple. The mention of religion made Roy think of an infamous church. "Isn't eternal fire the most popular religion in the north?" Letho explained patiently. "Eternal fire is famous in Vizima, the capital of Temeria, and Nohvigrad, the city of freedom. In recent years, eternal fire has shown disdain toward non-human races, becoming more extreme with time. They have many followers, but are also infamous amongst many humans, dwarves, elves, and other non-human races." Roy knew that after Radovid's succession of the throne, the whole of Redaynia would be engulfed by eternal fire's flame. The cult eventually spread its bigotry further, encroaching witchers and mages. Everyone who wasn't human was hunted down, but that was a story for another time. Aldersburg is just beside the Mahakam mountain range, and that's where the dwarves live. They make business selling ores from the mountain, and that makes them a big power player here. They won't let eternal fire establish itself around their home. "Not bad," Roy mumbled. "Where are we going next?" "We've been on the road for a week. Let's rest up for a few days and see what happens." Walls in Aldersburg city center. Letho let himself go and ordered all sorts of wine, including dwarven liquor, kirsch, and fiorano. Wine filled the table, but all Letho did was taste them slowly. After every sip, He would squint in relaxation and take a deep breath, as if he were enjoying the best thing in the world. He would open his eyes from time to look at the merry crowd in the inn. Labor workers, farmers, merchants, and even thugs were having fun in the inn. Status was of no importance here. As for Roy, well, he found himself itching for something once he'd come inside. He was itching for Gwent. The boy took out the Scalege deck Jack gave him and went to a table that was having a loud Gwent match. He was brave enough to do that because of Letho being around. Let's switch once you lose, my friend. Get lost, you brat. A man in a shawl glared at Roy in disdain, but once Roy showed his deck, it attracted all the players' eyes. They looked at Roy with passion and greed, as if they could win his deck. Roy sat on the chair and smiled. "Do you want to win my rare cards?" he asked, inviting them into his trap. "I will give them all if you win. Here's the deck, so come on up." Roy was planning to win more money with Gwent. City life was expensive. "I can win with my deck as well as my my cheats," he mumbled. On the other hand, after having 20 glasses of wine, Letho was turning scarlet. Even though he was a witcher, having too many drinks made his mind foggy, though nobody knew if he was truly drunk. Not even himself. Most people would give a wide berth if they saw someone with a sword and amber eyes. Some gave witchers looks of disdain, but none harassed them. Letho was too fearsome a person, and everyone thought he could kill at a moment's notice. Not everyone was a bandit, and not everyone had the guts to provoke witchers. All but one kind of person. A woman walked toward Letho seductively, and she held his arms as if they'd known each other forever, though it was only mere moments since they'd met. She then whispered something into his ear. "Boy," Letho shouted at the crowd. When Roy looked back in shock, Letho grinned toothily. "Can you stay down here for a while?" Roy couldn't object to that. He nodded in resignation and saw them off. Letho and the woman went upstairs, leaning against each other. That woman's taste is interesting, so she's interested in burly baldies. No, wait, she probably smelled the scent of crowns on him. He can't even hold back when his disciples hear. But then Roy thought about it, and he could understand it. They'd killed drowners and a dozen humans over a single week. Stress was inevitable, and release was important. Roy chose Gwent as an outlet, while Letho went for alcohol and women. Their interests were different, but their goal was the same. Chapter 21. After Letho had gone upstairs with the lady, Roy stopped cheating as much. He knew he should lay low, so he lost a couple matches on purpose after winning a few. His opponent didn't lose too much, and people didn't think he won too much either. In reality, though, he won quite some crowns, 20 in an hour, but nobody realized he was cheating. On the other hand, Roy noticed his opponent, a man in his 30s, cheat right under his nose. Gee, and I thought I was shameless enough. He could see how the man was cheating clearly, thanks to his 7 points in perception. It's so dumb it's laughable. He didn't make a fuss right away, though. He was only a weak child after Letho had gone upstairs. If he were to anger the locals, he'd have to disturb Letho's fun time. "You won a lot, boy. Why don't you treat us to a drink?" The pasty, bearded man thought Roy was a gullible boy who couldn't see through his cheating. He quickly took away 10 crowns from Roy, much to the boy's surprise. Roy watched on, dumbfounded, and the man scoffed at him. Lucky, the bearded man thought. This is one easy prey. The kid's a coward, going to be a good day today. Once again, he tried to take from Roy, but this time, it was his deck, the Scalege deck everyone wanted. Everyone looked on in curiosity, anger, fear, and delight, but none stood up for Roy. Poor boy. Sparrow triads out for him. He shouldn't have stayed here alone, should ask for the Witcher's help now. Then Roy slammed something onto the table. All anyone saw was a flash and a blur. And next thing they knew, a dagger caked in dried blood had lodged itself into the Gwent deck. right between the bearded man's fingers. If he'd gotten any closer to the deck, his hand would have been the thing that was stabbed. Got him it. The man pulled back his hand as fast as possible, his pasty face turning deathly pale in shock. Where did this dagger come from? I didn't notice it. And then he realized he'd embarrassed himself. He was an adult man, but a scrawny boy had managed to scare him. Do you know who I am, you little bastard? He flew into a rage. You're crossing the Sparrow Triad now, boy. Your days are numbered. Roy ignored the threat. He touched the crowns on the board with his left hand, and it disappeared without a trace. Then he pulled his dagger out of the cards and blew on it gently. He'd changed after killing the bandits outside Aldersburg. Roy had killed animals, humans, and even monsters. The man before him was inexplicably funny despite his angry looks and threatening words. Oh, sorry. Roy smiled mirthlessly. I'd come across wild dogs, drowners, and ghouls the entire time I followed the Witcher around. Gotten used to having a weapon with me, just in case. Well, I have to cut the heads off those monsters, or else. Roy squinted at the man, his face contorted with an eerie cruelty far beyond his age. They're going to kill me. The bearded man's heart sank, and he rubbed his bloodshot eyes. For an instant, he saw a bunch of crimson tentacles coming for him, and the boy was the source of them. But when he looked at Roy again, the tentacles were nowhere to be found. Even so, he felt a chill creeping up on him. This kid's weird. Better not fight him for now. Fine. You got guts, boy. You can live for a while longer, but only because I'm not armed today. You'd better watch out the next time you're on the streets. The Sparrow Triad has its eyes on you. He spat, and he backed off swiftly. When he was near the inn's door, he felt something cold brushing across his head. The man reflexively touched the spot, and he met nothing but skin. His hair was gone. The man gasped and turned around, only to see the dagger that had almost claimed his fingers embedding itself into the wall, its handle still quivering. You can leave after you give me back my 16 crowns, Roy said coldly. After the bearded man left the crowns behind and escaped in fear, everyone had lost their gusto for Gwent, fearing the revenge of the Sparrow Triad. A moment later, they scurried away in every direction. Roy rubbed his numb arms and retrieved the dagger. That took all I had. It almost flew out of control. That was close. I almost shot him in the head. That would have caused trouble. Roy finally felt the side effects of the unbalanced development of his body. If his dexterity was higher, he would have had better coordination, and the dagger throw wouldn't have taken as much of a toll as it did. When the innkeeper noticed Roy had his head down, he thought the boy was scared. You'd better leave as soon as possible, my friend. You can't take on a group of them no matter how good you are in combat. Not to worry, a rough, deep voice said, and Roy heard heavy footsteps coming from behind. Allow me to introduce myself. A dwarf in a beret and fitted cape came up to Roy. The dwarf's shirt extended to his knees, and he was wearing a pair of pointed shoes paired with mid-calf socks. He was a bona fide dwarf. Roy's eyes widened in surprise. It was the first time he'd seen a non-human species after crossing over to the Witcher world. Or, to be more precise, an ancient species. The dwarf was barely 5 feet, and he was shorter than Roy, but he was tall compared to the average dwarf. I am Seville Hodger, a wine merchant living in Aldersburg. Hello, Mr. Seville. I'm Roy, let me guess. Roy steepled his fingers under his chin. You're not here for me. Seville's belly jiggled. Yes. He had a gruff, hard voice as if he were pushing it down. I received news of a Witcher's arrival in Aldersburg, and I'm here for him. May I ask what school he's from? Of course, I'll chase off that little sparrow for you no matter what. He's not from cat school. Don't worry. Man, cat school really knows how to antagonize everyone. I'll take care of that little sparrow for you, as a token of my friendship. Grow put the guest's bill on my tab, he told the innkeeper before leaving without hesitation. As Roy saw him off, the boy's eyes turned starry for a moment. Whoa, that dwarf's 70. Not obvious at all. So dwarves do have long lives, just like the legends told me. Nothing spectacular about his stats, though. However, Roy noticed 3 interesting abilities of his. Resilience. Passive. Dwarves live long lives and possess powerful life forces. An adult dwarf has 20 more HP than humans. Strong body. Passive. Dwarves are known for their proficiency with 2-handed weapons and their great stamina. An adult dwarf has 1 more point in strength and constitution than humans do. Stout. Passive. Their stout, fat bodies make them move slower than normal humans. Their looks are undesirable by every other race. Some even despise dwarves for their looks. Their dexterity and charisma are deducted by 1 point. Roy thought those skills could be called talents, and he wondered, if dwarves have talents, why don't humans? No, we do have talents. Or else strong, long-living races like dwarves and elves wouldn't be backed into a corner by humans. Then the innkeeper broke his train of thought. Lucky break, my friend. Mr. Seville came to check the accounts today. Since he's going to intervene, there's nothing to worry about now. The Sparrow Triad isn't your problem anymore. I thought he was just a wine merchant. Does the criminal underworld fear him? Roy asked curiously. The wine industry is monopolized by the dwarves here since they are from an ancient race, famous for their wine brewing and blacksmithing. As the nephew of Hakam's elder dwarf, Bravar Hojer, Mr. Seville is responsible for the wine business in Aldersburg. The Sparrow Triad have to respect him if they want to survive in the city. What's his trouble then? Mr. Seville, Grow sighed. He's been haunted by a nightmare for months now. He thinks phantoms are the culprits. Chapter 22. Roy woke up the next morning feeling refreshed after his meditation session. After replacing sleep with meditation, Roy only had to rest for 5 hours a day, and he'd wake up fully recharged. He couldn't believe he could do that, for he used to be a weak insomniac in his past life. Even though his new body was younger and weaker, it wasn't a bad one. In fact, it was better than his old one. Letho woke up earlier than he did. He was having wine and pie on the first floor, still looking inscrutable. If Roy hadn't known better, he wouldn't have thought Letho had a night of fun. Aren't you sleeping in? Relaxing is relaxing. A witcher must not deprive himself of discipline. As they chatted, Roy was just about to bring up the dwarf's request when Seville showed up. Seville's dark circles had worsened, and he looked exhausted. Even so, he kept himself awake and talked about his troubles to them. Witchers didn't mind more requests, so Letho listened to him. The nightmare started 3 months ago. They keep haunting me from midnight to dawn. They're like demons who won't let me rest. I can't really sleep. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, and after a while my health gets affected. Can you imagine that? I used to be the squirrel of Hakam, the dwarf who can go without sleep for 3 days straight. But now I doze off if I don't concentrate. I don't feel like a strong dwarf anymore. I'm more like the gnomes of Tacher. I scoured through Aldersburg, asked every doctor, but none of them knew what was wrong with me. I searched my home, but nothing weird came up. But I have a feeling something evil is in my house. It's cursing me, corrupting me, depriving me of peace. Nobody can help me, so please lend me a hand, Letho. The dwarf requested sincerely, the discrimination against witchers absent from his eyes. Letho stared down in contemplation. After listening to the request, he tapped the table with his pudgy fingers, while Roy was trying to link the matter to the monsters he knew. Letho gave his price, 200 crowns. It was double the reward he got for killing the grave hag in Kaer. Obviously, the dwarf was loaded, and since different employers had different economic statuses, Witchers were flexible with their pricings. Even though it was expensive, Seville Hojer agreed to it without batting an eye. Now, take us to your home. We need to investigate. As the main wine dealer of Aldersburg, Seville was a wealthy dwarf. His residence was in the western area, where the affluent lived, and it was surrounded by 4 tower houses. That area took up a major part of the city. The rich, famous, and powerful of Aldersburg lived there, like the Baron of Tavik, weapon and ore merchants, and wine merchants. The number of patrols and green infrastructure outnumbered that of the civilian area. Beyond the walls of the affluent area stood the gigantic Mahakam Mountains. Some bards teased that the mountains had been made by ancient nobles of Aldersburg to keep their troops from running away. Within the residence and outside, its walls stood many dwarves with braided beards equipped with giant axes and hammers. They were sentries of the residents who kept the place and its residents safe. The guards bowed when they saw Seville, their eyes filled with respect. So this guy's a respectable one in the dwarven society, huh? Roy noticed that the outer walls were filled with patterns that resembled totems, but he couldn't make out what they meant. There were also carvings of Lebioda on some spots of the wall. Once they entered the house, Seville waved his men down, leaving them in peace, and he yawned. Just tell the guards when you finish checking the yard. They'll let you into the house for further investigation. I'm getting tired, so I'll be taking a nap. Seville suffered from sleep deprivation because of the nightmares, and he would take a nap whenever he had the time. Letho and Roy started with their investigation once Seville had left. Letho observed the yard structure. There was a small fountain in the center, and neatly trimmed, decorative plants surrounded them in an organized fashion. A large number of plants that were taller than a human were linked together, forming paths that turned into a small maze. Something sparkled within Letho's eyes, and he started searching in a direction. Roy knew that Letho had activated his Witcher senses, making him a radar that radiated microwaves. He went up to say, "I've always been curious about the way Witchers track down monsters." Letho was patient when it came to the Witcher trade. He explained, after Witchers go through their mutations, their senses become different from a normal human's. Precisely speaking, they can reconstruct everything they see, smell, and hear through their senses, turning them into a vague line of smell, ripples of sounds, or sets of footprints. Those can lead them to their prey. He paused for a moment. A Witcher's senses are sharp. They can see further, hear clearer, and smell things normal humans can't, like the stench of blood that should have been long gone, the smell of monsters, and the scent of a strong perfume, and also the smell of wine in cellars. He added, "If we just track while using those traces, eventually we'll reach the culprit." Letho continued, then he put on a solemn look. "But before you start doing that with your bounty after locating a suspicious trace, it'd be best you judge what kind of enemy you're going to face, whether it's something you can handle or something you can only hide from. If you make the wrong judgment, you might get yourself killed from facing off against a terrible monster." Melancholy welled up within his eyes, as if he'd remembered something sad. Whether you get it right or not depends on your experience. For example, drowners emit the smell of seaweed and the stench of fish, while ghouls will appear where there's the smell of rotten corpses. You'll see a hole in the ground with green fluids at the entrance where a pale widow burrows. And as for griffins, well, they only appear on mountains. Letho explained everything in detail patiently, while Roy listened, felt, and memorized it. "Now that I've told you about the monsters, can you give me your judgment based on my teachings and the clues in the yard, boy?" Letho had given him a test all of a sudden. Roy rubbed his chin and went through the details of the monsters Letho told him about. "If it's just within this yard." He hesitated. "We didn't see any weird footprints, so We can eliminate vampires who can turn invisible and hypnotize their prey. Katakin's not what we're looking for. You have a decent memory, Letho said, praising him for the first time in a while. All right, since Katakin's not on the list, we'll have to go inside to search for more clues. Chapter 23. Letho and Roy stepped over the bare skin rug, entering the great hall that glowed in resplendence under the candles. Meters away from them stood polished armor that gleamed under the light. The great hall was also lined with pastel-colored vases and china ornaments. A dozen expensive oil paintings hung on the walls, most of them portraits of other people. When Roy looked around, he realized one of the paintings depicted the Emperor of Nilfgaard, Emhyr Var Imraze, who took out the usurper years ago. Didn't expect him to hang an oil painting of the enemy's king in Edern, Roy said. Seville knows how to butter people up. The dwarves have power. As long as he doesn't try to start a coup, the army can't do anything to him. And it's normal for dwarves to like Emhyr. At least he doesn't discriminate against non-human races. I don't think so. Roy shook his head. The Emperor of Nilfgaard is just using the non-human races. He mumbled almost inaudibly. Witchers and Scoia'taels alike will be the victims of Emhyr's conquest of the North. But now that I'm here, I'm not letting the Viper School become Emhyr's tool. They left the topic there and went ahead. Two servants were watering the plants in the vase beside the staircase leading to the second floor. Roy's eyes widened when he saw who they were. He wanted to laugh, but he held it in. The servants were dwarves. They wore skirts and were stout, and they had beards as thick as a grown man's, but they were female. Respect the different races' customs, Letho whispered. He took out a satchel of white powder from his alchemy bag and spread it everywhere in the residence. At the same time, he explained, "This is dried black hellebore powder. It's a nice scent for humans, but pungent for some creatures. You have a clue about what the culprit is?" Roy asked, but Letho didn't answer. Roy went with him around the great hall, then the guest room on the second floor, and Seville's bedroom on the third floor. The dwarf was napping there. The Witcher and Roy searched everywhere they went. "Did you find something?" The dwarf, who was roused by the commotion, rubbed his eyes and yawned. When he took a whiff of the black hellebore's scent in the air, Seville calmed, and the frustration that had haunted him was gone. "Not at the moment," Letho answered. "Do you have any secret chambers here aside from the third floor's room?" Seville frowned, but he kept quiet. "This concerns the culprit's capture," Roy said sternly. "You must tell me, or I might fail to capture the creature. No refunds." Seville rubbed his braided beard intensely. A long while later he sighed. "Very well then, I trust the Viper School's reputation. I wasn't going to refuse, but I needed time to think. This is important. There's a trapdoor beside the kitchen cabinet on the first floor. It leads to the cellar. Be careful when you investigate. Do not destroy my wine barrels." He evaded their gazes, and when Seville came out from his bedroom, he held a key close to himself. "I'll be going with you." "No, give me the key. All you remember is that we're still searching your residence. Go back to sleep for an hour and forget everything that happened," Letho said hypnotically, and he drew a sign in front of the dwarf. Seville's eyes quickly lost focus, and he dumbly handed the key over to Letho. A moment later, he closed the bedroom's door, and a loud snore came from inside. Roy looked surprised. "You hypnotized him." "He lied to me," Letho answered calmly. "Sometimes you have to adapt to find the truth." Since they had Seville's orders and key, they went into the kitchen without a hitch and found their way down to the cellar. Despite it being a cellar, it was actually bigger than the house upstairs. Roy estimated that it was as big as the whole residence combined. Sconces lined one side of the wall, lighting up every corner of the cellar. The only thing in the room was wine, barrels and barrels of it. There were 2 barrels on the ground, 2 on the rack, making them 4 barrels a group. They had signs hanging on them, showing the year and type of wine. Roy was fascinated and he looked around. Grape wine from the year 1259. Honey wine from the year 1258. Nutty wine from the year 1257. The barrels in front were the younger ones. The further inside the barrel, the older the wine was. Fiorano from the year 1200. Ervelus from the year 1158. Seville couldn't have stored all the wine made by dwarves in here, could he? There's even wine that's 100 years old. Pity I don't like wine. Letho smacked Roy's shoulder and Roy winced in pain. You'll know the beauty of wine once you become a man, he lectured. I have no plans on becoming a drunkard. One walk around the cellar would have taken them more than half an hour, but 10 minutes later, Letho stopped in his tracks when he passed a barrel of dwarven liquor from the year 1198. His nose wiggled like a hunting dog's, and he rooted himself into his spot. Then he caressed the barrel and knocked on it. Roy heard nothing aside from the knocking sounds, but he smelled something. That smell, Roy blurted out. His high perception lent him a keen sense of smell. There was a rotten stench lingering near the barrels of wine they were examining. It was faint, but it was there. Letho glanced at him in surprise. Not everyone could have smelled that. Roy knew the smell belonged to a corpse, but Letho knew what kind of species the corpse belonged to. Yes, this is the smell of a corpse, but the corpse of a human. The 50-year-old dwarven liquor managed to cover most of the smell, but it can't fool a witcher. Roy's heart skipped a beat. You're saying there's a corpse in there? He pointed at the barrel. Letho nodded, his bushy eyebrow arched. So that's why he wanted to follow us. He didn't want us to find out his little secret. I thought this was a little prank from a godling when I came here, but now I don't think so. It's more complex than that. Chapter 24. Who does the corpse in the barrel belong to? Roy brushed the cool barrel in confusion, wanting to open it up to get his answer. Hiding a corpse in the cellar is dangerous for Seville. If he wants someone gone, he could have gone 100 other ways. There's no need for him to hide a corpse in the cellar. Letho kept quiet for a moment. Maybe the corpse is related to the nightmare that's haunting him. Or maybe it's an unrelated secret, a secret he wants nobody to know. Should we open it then? Roy clenched his fists, raring to go. Unauthorized actions will anger Seville. Not even Axii could wipe that memory from his and his servant's mind. No need to go that far for 200 crowns. Keep your curiosity in check. Pretend we never came to the cellar. I'll try to wheedle something out of him later. Do as I say. After they left the cellar, Letho went back to the 3rd floor's bedroom and asked Seville to hide the key again. Roy was looking forward to when he would master Axii. It had helped him multiple times. If the target wasn't on guard, Axii would always take effect. Axii is a more handy sign than the others. It's one skill I must have if I want to get anything I want. Seville had no recollection of the events from before he was hypnotized after he woke up. Instead, he looked less lethargic and more refreshed. I slept for an hour. He looked at the clock. It's been a while since I slept so soundly. His eyes widened in delight, and he waved his fists. That thing must be staying away now that you're here, Witcher. Have you found anything today? The dwarf waited for the answer in excitement, but Letho stayed calm. The creature's a cunning one, and it hides itself well. I'd like to know more if possible. Can you tell us about your nightmare, Mr. Seville? The color drained from Seville's face, as if he'd recalled something horrifying. The usually jolly dwarf looked hesitant. He was reluctant to talk about the nightmare in detail. My nightmare is terrifyingly bizarre. I can't explain it. Not even a witcher can help if you refuse to tell the truth. I'm sorry, but I just don't want to talk about it. My nightmare has nothing to do with the monster's capture, does it? Letho gave Roy a look, and he understood it was his time to talk. On the contrary, it's important for the monster's capture. Have you heard about a type of monster called him? Seville shook his head, and Roy started describing. Hymns are monster from the conjunction of the spheres. They have no corporeal body, so the only way for them to survive is to live within someone else. Like a parasite. The little color left on Seville's face drained and his fists clenched. Roy nodded. It's very particular about its target. Hymns usually live within the bodies of those who have sinned, or they might take over animals. A hymn absorbs its host's fear, regret, shame, and every negative emotion to construct a nightmare based on its host's true experiences. It will evoke the host's negative emotions, corrupting their mind and eventually destroying it. At that point, Seville's beard was trembling along with his lips. "Oh, Lebioda, I'm haunted by a formless demon. How did this happen?" "Don't worry." Roy got into character. "Listen to me. Only the host can hear a hymn's murmurs. It attacks its host's mind through illusions and nightmares, taking the host's life force away. They always end up having poor sleep because they're haunted by nightmares. The nightmares will only become more frequent and more realistic. They will never stop unless the host loses their mind, goes insane, or commits suicide." The last sentence finally broke Seville. He gripped Letho's right hand tightly, his face as white as a tombstone. It was marked with uncontrollable fear. "Letho, this demon, this him. It must be the one tormenting me. You must get rid of it for me." Letho remained inscrutable while Roy continued. "There's a condition for that. The demon is a troublesome one. Normal attacks won't work on it. We must lure it out using your fears, and only then can a witcher like Letho kill it. That's why you have to tell us what's haunting you. You have to tell us the sin you've committed." Seville closed his eyes in agony. "Sorry, but I have to think about it." The mention of the nightmare made him snap out of his fear. He started getting suspicious of the pair, worried that they might find out about his secret. "It's getting late. I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner. We'll talk about this when you come tomorrow." Letho and Roy felt slightly defeated since they didn't learn anything about Seville's nightmare, but they didn't force Seville to talk more. "You should have cast Axii on him again, Letho. Force something out of him. It's not as simple as you think. If I cast Axii on the same target 3 times over a short span of time, it could be ineffective against him. And now that he has his guard up, Axii has a higher chance of failure." Letho shook his head when he noticed Roy's look of disappointment. "Patience, boy. A smart hunter always waits for the perfect chance to deliver the fatal strike on their prey. That's how satisfaction comes by. Witchers didn't risk their lives solving requests just for the money. They were also looking for satisfaction upon the request's completion. Calling the meal they'd received that night dinner was an understatement. As if trying to apologize for his lack of cooperation, Seville had treated them to a feast. Everything under the sky was on that table that night, and the Mahakam produce added more color and flavor to the food. It was varied, incredible, and sumptuous. It was the best meal Roy had ever eaten since he'd crossed over to the Witcher world. Roy was still burping when he left the residence that night, and his frustration was mostly gone. The moon had risen, blessing the land with its silvery glow. "Come to my room when we get back to the inn, boy." "Why?" "To continue the tracking lesson. It was unfinished. This is the first request you're taking part in, so it's a good chance to follow up and learn more." The pair had exited the affluent area as they spoke, entering a dark, quiet alley. Suddenly, a man in a black cloak walked up to them. Half of his face was hidden by the darkness, but they could see it was a young, teen boy, with a scar the length of an index finger below his right eye. "The tyranny of Tavik has plagued this land, innocent people of Aldersburg." He sounded fanatic and angry. The revolution shall prevail. He stuffed a pamphlet into Roy's hands before disappearing into the darkness, nowhere to be found. Roy came out of the tunnel so he could see the pamphlet more clearly. He asked the tipsy Letho to read it out for him. The great leader of the revolution, Vernon Ryan, has toiled for the rights of the people. But Baron Tavik, in all his cruelty, detained a leader of the people for 3 months. If there's an ounce of conscience in you, come to the plaza of Lebioda at 3 in the afternoon tomorrow to join the protest march. The pioneers of the revolution shall never die. Their flames of purity shall burn that fool of a baron to ashes. Chapter 25. Witchers don't interfere with politics. Letho made the decision for Roy and tore the pamphlet apart. Roy wasn't planning on joining the march either. The revolutionists' robbery outside the city left a bad aftertaste in his mouth. No matter how much the revolutionists would fight against the army, the people would always be the victims. He could imagine how the army would capture the people of Aldersburg en masse during the protest march, and the wails of agony that would follow. When they arrived at the residence the next morning, Letho and Roy followed one of Seville's men inside. Seville had been waiting, and he waved away all his guards and servants when the pair came in. He stared down, biting his lip. His arms were crossed nervously as he paced back and forth. A while later, he let out a long sigh. "Can you guarantee you won't tell a soul about it? Can you promise me that? Not a single person. No, not even the ancient races can know about what I'm about to tell you, nor can any other living being." Seville looked up, his gaze pleading. Letho and Roy looked at each other. The dwarf's going to believe us without even a contract. Seville knew what they were thinking, and he answered, "I have no choice. I can't take that monster's torture anymore. That him is going to kill me." His bloodshot eyes widened. Obviously, he hadn't rested well after Letho and Roy's departure. "Besides, if promising me isn't enough, I can pay you. I believe everyone is interested in crowns. I'm doing all this so I can feel safe." He smiled bitterly. Letho arched his brow. As one of the Viper School's remaining members, his pride would never allow him to lie about a vow. Money can buy most people, but not a witcher. You didn't ask for a vow before we accepted the request. Unlike a promise, a vow is the power of fate, just like the law of surprise. And fate does not allow anyone to go against it. A witcher never makes a vow easily. Letho raised his index finger. "You'll have to increase the reward." Seville's face twitched, but he was delighted. The more serious Letho was, the more credible, or at least that was what Seville thought. Roy snuck into the conversation at that point. He showed 5 fingers. 50 crowns for me. As for the witcher here, all you need to do is increase the reward by 100 crowns, and you'll have a Viper School witcher's promise. They had a deal. The bounty was raised from 200 crowns to 350, but it was affordable for the rich dwarf. On the name of the Viper School, I, Letho of Gulet, promise to never reveal the secret Seville Hodger will be telling me today to any human, ancient race, or living being. If I break this promise, I shall never see the day the Viper School makes its return. The gods are my witnesses. On the name of Meli Tele, I, Roy, promise to never reveal to anyone the secret Seville Hodger shall tell me today, or Roy didn't believe in Lebioda or gods like Meli Tele, but he wasn't lying. He would take the secret with him to the grave. Half an hour later, Letho and Roy came into the 3rd floor's bedroom along with Seville. Letho lit a flame in the fireplace with Igni, and he did the same to 4 torches that were as tall as an average adult before placing them at the 4 corners of the bed. The bedroom was lit up and no shadows could be seen. "Please lie on the bed, Mr. Seville." The dwarf obliged. He covered himself nervously with his blanket. Letho said, It's only the three of us in this room. You can talk about your secret now. Talk about the nightmare that has been haunting you." Seville closed his eyes, his face contorted in pain, but he started telling his story. "This is a story about my good friend Ken. Ken comes from Rediawinia. His father is a half-elf, while his mother is a human. Yes, he's part-elf, a being destined for greatness. He looks just like a human, but Ken is a wise man. He has a quote, 'Wine corrupts minds.' Because of that, he never drinks alcohol. He has helped me greatly after coming to the Mahakam mountain range. Thanks to him, I grew from the insignificant nephew of Bravar Hojer to a famous individual. In the end, I managed to wrest the right to the wine business in Aldersburg from Zoltan Chive and the other dwarves." Seville paused for a moment. "I owe him a lot, and he's my best friend, but I know he'll never work under anyone for long. Once we came to Aldersburg, he found a new goal and left my team. Since he was a child, Ken has seen his father being tortured and discriminated against by humans because of his elven bloodline. His father has never enjoyed the same equal social status as humans, and because of that, he despises inequality and discrimination. Ken, ever so passionate, took action to go against that system. As you know, Witcher, Edern's high taxation rate is one of the inequalities Ken saw. So he, in all his wisdom, gathered people who would fight against the system. Of course, he did it in secret. He didn't care about anyone's race or past. Anyone who had the passion for equality and rebellion were welcome in his team. They enjoyed free food and accommodation, though I sponsored a part of the expenses. The people of Edern might be born with a rebellious streak, and thanks to that, his team grew quickly, to the point where Baron Tavik had to pay importance to them. The advent of Ken's forces broke the balance of Aldersburg, which was made up of the Baron's troops, the people of Aldersburg, the Sparrow Triad, and the Mahakaman dwarves. The Baron, the moderate part of the balance, started negotiations with Ken. It went well in the beginning, and almost everyone was happy with the outcome. The taxes on peasants and merchants were lowered by 1/5. I told Ken he should stop when he was ahead, but he wasn't happy with the results. After a while of peace, he started pressuring the Baron again. A good man's fury can demolish the entirety of the Mahakam mountains. That's what I always say. The Baron was infuriated by Ken's actions, and he issued a bounty on his head. Roy's eyes shone at that point. He could guess who that Ken character really was. He came to me to escape the troop's search. As his friend, I took him in, of course. I swear on Mahakam's name, I hid him in the place with the most cover in the residence. Roy and Letho showed no change in their expressions, as if they knew nothing of what was to come. The cellar contains too much wine for the troops to search, and I forbade them from opening the lids so my wine wouldn't get spoiled. Not desiring to cross the Mahakaman dwarves, the Baron didn't pursue the matter any further. Of course, they hadn't noticed that Ken was hiding in a barrel of 60-year-old dwarven liquor. Ken was safe, very safe. Seville smiled bitterly, but I had forgotten one thing. Ken has never drunk even a drop of wine in his life. He's worse at drinking than a newborn. When I went back to the barrel he was in, he'd fainted from the scent of the liquor. Ken was lying in the liquor, his face red. He looked like he was sleeping, but no matter what I did, he wouldn't wake up. Seville paused. He died. Seville sat up and held Letho's beefy hands. He looked agitated, his heart threatening to burst forth from his chest. How ludicrous. Fate played a cruel joke on him. A wise man who'd never had any wine died in my wine cellar. I would dream of Ken every night. He'd demand to know why I killed him with my wine. I have let him down. Letho had an incredulous expression after learning about the whole matter from Seville. The guy had never had a drop of liquor for as long as he'd lived, but he died in a barrel of liquor. Ironic. I'm a bastard. I deserve the nightmares. I know I've let him down, but I didn't kill him." The dwarf muttered unintelligibly as tears streaked down his face. He covered his face, bawling like a big child. Roy's lips twitched at the sight. "All right, we get the situation now. Calm down, Mr. Seville. Come with us to the cellar. If what you say is true, then the cellar is the place you fear the most. If I'm right, the hymn will most likely show its true form there." "Huh, can I not go?" Seville hugged himself in fear. He was in a dilemma. Seville wanted to see the monster that had been haunting him for months, but he couldn't overcome his fear. Letho pretended to think about it for a moment. "All right, you can wait for us outside the cellar. Here's the key."